Greetings and aloha. What's going on? It's Mike's from livemyassoff.com. I'm going to be a little bit early here, which is, I know, amazing. You're impressed. Don't try and hide it. But I thought I'd swing by the Cool Kids table a little bit early today. I was actually just talking to Jeremy, and he's going live too later on, so make sure you check out his channel. Meaning, do more live. Hope you guys are well. Happy Monday morning here from the Big Bang Go all over your body. It's Mike's from livemyassoff.com. And I know I'm a little early, but I was just itching to get on the air with my new cans. If you guys don't know, that's sort of an old term that people would use for headphones. I got these amazing headphones. So now these are epic headphones. Okay, so these are the Sony's. Hold on. These are the Sony MDR 7506s. Why is that relevant? These have been the broadcast standard. Hugs and kisses to you, Teresa. Good to see you. These have been the broadcast standard for radio for years. And normally they're like about $100. But of course, because of the proximity to China, $30. Boom, just over 1,000 baht. I was so excited. As was MedTech. MedTech, good to see you here. Glad to be hanging out with you this morning at the Cool Kids table. And the Pointer Sisters, actually, Todd, to answer your question, to answer for MedTech, he was excited about the Pointer Sisters. Dave, good to see you, buddy. Glad you're here. Hey, so you know what's funny, Dave? I thought I had in my calendar that you were going to be down at Prot Shop CurryCon the whole weekend. Is that not right? Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong person. Maybe I'm thinking of someone like less cool than Dave Clark. I don't know. Someone from like the Dave Clark 4 or something like subpar like that or something. I can't really remember. Sadarat, good to see you. Glad you are here. Welcome to the Cool Kids table and welcome to Monday morning in Bangkok. Well, hello, Australia. How you doing there? That's great. Hey, look we got a team from Australia, from down under. Do you guys like call yourself that? Like when you're from Australia, do you call yourself down under? Like, for example, I live in the United States. My Canadian relatives all call me a Yank. I don't call myself a Yank, right? I'm not one of the Yanks. Hugs and kisses. Boom. Hello, Teresa. So glad you're here. Stuck, you're amazing, my friend. Thank you so much for always attending the Cool Kids table. CD, can you tell us about your background? I absolutely can. Ad nauseum. I could talk for quite a long time about me. It's one of my favorite topics, as it turns out. Cool Kids always hit the like button. Hey, you know what? That's a pretty darn good statement, man. I would completely agree with that. What's up? Not much is sup, my friend, but oh my God. Go more hike. Absolutely gratitude attack. Did you guys watch my last video? It was so interesting because I did that. I mean, that occurred approximately about, let's see, almost 3 months ago. More like 3.5 months ago. So that was like towards the end of March. And then literally after about 4 days after I shot that video, Gracie and I came back here to Bangkok, and then she hopped on a plane and then she went back to the Philippines, because if she didn't, then she wouldn't have been able to escape Manila. But as I mentioned before, and because I know that some people are kind of like, well, that's weird. It's like out of time. I actually purposely did not publish that video immediately after doing it in March, because about a week after I did that video, like nobody could go there. So it's like, hey, look at Koh Samui. Gracie and I are frolicking on the beach, you know? And it's like, yes, Mike, and we can't do that. You're a loser. Well, you can do that now. Meaning if you're in Thailand, you can do that, right? Much like anything you can sort of do in the US right now, you can't come into the US necessarily as a tourist. So anyway, but that's one of the things I'm going to be talking about today. I'm going to share with you guys a couple of the things that I've been doing over the last several weeks. You saw some of my posts and some of my sort of impromptu live streams, and the one that I did on the motorbike and stuff from Koh Samui. But I also came into something yesterday, and I want to thank Dave for that. Actually, he pinged me and he said, hey, so Air Asia has this amazing thing. And Jeremy and I actually chatted about it briefly on his live stream yesterday, which was for 2,999 baht, basically like $100. 3,000 baht, you get what's called an unlimited pass, meaning that you can get essentially 100% off a select number of airfares in Thailand only, domestic travel, and then you just basically pay sort of like the tax on it. So that most of the tickets end up being anywhere from about 75 baht up to usually about maybe 100 baht up to like 150 baht. And then of course, if you use your credit card, it's another 150 baht. If you do a withdrawal transfer directly from your bank account, it's only 75 baht. So basically, a one-way ticket ends up being 175 baht. And we in Southern California have a word for one-way tickets on airplanes that only cost 175 baht. That word is free. So for 175 baht, I can cruise down to Phuket and have lunch with Rob in Kamala and then cruise home. And guess what? We're doing just that coming up. Hello, Earl. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much. No, I decided to stay. Joe said because of social distancing that we couldn't have everyone over. So we just stayed home. So that's interesting, Dave. Because I mean, so I was down in Prachuap Khiri Khan, and a lot of you guys, thank you, by the way, encouraged me to meet up with Joe, Foreigner Joe, if you don't know his channel. And, you know, and potentially have him do a video, which he did. I didn't really, I was just like, hey, I'll just meet up because Joe's cool, right? So I'll meet him. And so we did. And he put a little bit of he and I interacting at this coffee shop on one of his videos. And that was awesome. And at the time, it's funny that you say that because relative to when I was there was not a whole lot of enforcement around social distancing, having a finite number of people. Now, that said, it's July 4th, right? So they were probably like, well, I'll tell you what, we haven't been bothering, but let's like drive around this weekend because there could potentially be farang that are going to get close to each other and make out or whatever. So I get that. I totally understand that. And that would have been disappointing, right? You cruise all the way down there and then you're like, hey, I came here to hang out with Joe, but I can't hang out with Joe unless, of course, he's a meter away. Hey, Joe, what do you got? Happy fun? You know, so I get that, man. But Prachuap Khiri Khan's a really cool place. And the thing I like about it, as you guys know, is I can do a 6-hour live stream from the train on the way down there. So so even better, you guys can join me. Live My Ass Off is live, ladies and gentlemen. Just ask Brian. I think Brian, who comes to these live streams pretty regularly, is likely the longest time sub I've had on the channel. I think because he's been here for like 3 and commenting, and we were, you know, interacting and stuff for at least 3 years. So anyway, Brian, thanks a lot, man. I'm stoked for, and I'll tell you, one of those things about the Air Asia Pass, Brian, is I'm like, okay, cool. I'll cruise up to Chiang Mai and I'll like get my feet wet and I'll like everything. And then that way, when Brian gets here, then I'll be there to like, oh yeah, I know how to meet you down by that we'll meet where the old schoolhouse used to be. And then I'll take a left at that coffee shop by the lumberyard and we'll totally hang out and have smoothies. So, you know, selfishly, I want to be obviously equipped for our first meeting, but nonetheless, it's still in the back of my mind, dude, where I'm just like, nah, you know what? I'm not going to go to Chiang Mai until Brian gets to Chiang Mai because that's, you know, kind of the way we did it. It was a deep video you did. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Hike. I assume you meant pause. That was way too deep, Mike. I was just like going, this is the depth of this is just for now. The breadth of it, I was a fan of, but the width and the depth, not a fan. But yeah, you know, I mean, it was just me, sort of stream of consciousness, right? And I was there by myself. And as you probably noticed, if you watched through the end, there was a time where Gracie's like, honey, and I'm like, okay, I'm coming. Sorry, honey, I was just having a gratitude attack. And she's like, yeah, that's good. You know, I mean, she has hers in a different way, right? I mean, I'm extroverted. So therefore I have a gratitude attack and I'm like, oh my God, I got to tell like 1,300 people like right now. Whereas Gracie has a gratitude attack. She's like, oh, I really want to be like by myself or with my family and just embrace it, you know? And I'm like, what? You kidding me? Like there's no PA system? I'm having a gratitude attack right now and there's no PA system. OMG. What am I going to do about that? Well, I'm going to get on the internet and stream live from the Big Mango, ladies and gentlemen, because that's what I do. Toad enough to be a Yank from Boston. Absolutely, Todd. I don't like anyone knowing I'm Aussie. Only you guys get to know my secret. What do you mean only us get to do? I don't like ladies and gentlemen. Okay, hold on. Am I echoing, baby? Do I need to change headphones? Can you hear me now? Can you seriously not hear me, Jeremy? You seriously can't hear
you. I didn't know you were talking to me.
Oh, come on, dude. I wake up in the morning and I talk to you.
I didn't know you were talking to me, man. You said, come on, baby. I thought you had Grace in the room with you.
Well, you know, as you know, my second person in my life who I could refer to as baby, of course, is
no problem, man.
How you doing? You were going to do a live stream. I figured, oh, no worries. I'll only get like 10 or 20 guys, and they'll be hanging out with Jeremy. And then they'll be like, okay, well, Jeremy basically turned everything off. So now I guess second chance, we're going to go hang out with Mike.
Nah, I just, when you said, why don't you come hang out at the Cool Kids table, I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to have a live stream. I'll just go hang out with Mike for a little while and see what's going on with him. And I like the where your gratitude attack needs a PA system. I really like that. That's
yeah. It's interesting. So if you don't know, like, I think that Jeremy, I'm talking to the world right now, but I think that like Jeremy and I sort of share, and I'm putting words in his mouth effectively, but I think Jeremy and I sort of share this maybe not lust, but certainly a high level of for life, as well as the appreciation that like we get one. Am I pretty accurate in that?
You're 100% accurate. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So I think that it's interesting, right? Because it's like, first of all, I'm honored by all of the guys that like come by the live stream or that are, I mean, it's like this new family. And I know you already know that. You're like 2 years ahead of me where, you refer to your guys as a family and everything. So I'm, getting to be part of that. And gratefully, I grew up in a really functional family. Like, they were appropriate. I knew I was loved. I was given all the opportunities. They're like, Mike, you can literally do anything given enough resources. Great. Got it. So on top of that, I also get to choose my new families, right? So you get to choose the people that come in. And I remember when Jeremy first started doing videos, right? I'm like, oh, this is cool. It's like this new guy comes in, he's in Bangkok and he's experiencing all this new stuff. And I'm like, oh yeah, he's only been there 2 weeks. That's right. He did the whole thing with the, and so there's all that, right? And I know, and it's funny because Rob does the same thing for me. Like, with now that I'm like new on YouTube, he's like, yeah, I remember when I had 1,000 subs. And I'm like, yeah, dude, it's totally awesome. He's like, yeah, you're a baby. And I'm like, no, dude, it's awesome. And go ahead. Yeah.
What 1,000 subs is like great, man. I mean, for me personally, I had to stop measuring by the number of subscribers I got, and I even had to stop measuring by the numbers of views I got, because for some reason here in this day and algorithm, even though I have TubeBuddy and vidIQ and all that stuff, it's just not, it's not pushing my videos out like it used to. So what I get gratitude in now is just doing what I want to do, putting out the content that I want to put out. And if it makes me feel good, then it makes I have channel members, and I have a diehard set of people, that are always going to be on the channel, and they love the same things that I love. So I know they're going to get enjoyment out of it, and I know I'm going to get enjoyment. And not only that, but I'm going to learn more about photography, more about videography, and just keep pacing myself to be great one day. That's it.
That's awesome. Keep pacing myself to be great one day. Okay, dude. The next T-shirt has now been born. There will be bumper stickers all over Bangkok, ladies and gentlemen. That's pretty good. So, Gotta Love Hike says he's booked a flight to Bangkok on the 7th of August. So let's see, where am I going to be? So let me get to that. So Jeremy and I actually were talking about this briefly yesterday during your live stream, which is the whole like 3,000 baht Air Asia unlimited pass, right? Which simply means you get to experience the most horrible level of customer service, but you get from point A to point B fairly safely. And you get to bring a whole 7 kilos of luggage. So I did that, right? And so then, of course, I get on there, and you got to do the 21-day advance purchase. Now, you mentioned this too, and this is tough for me because I'm like, well, wait a minute, like 21 days from now, oh my God. Like, you have no idea what I'm going to be able to accomplish in the next 21 days. I have no idea what I'm going to be doing now. So that's now I had 3 whole weeks. Oh my God. That's like a long-term relationship before I met Gracie. And so I was like, what am I going to, so I started, and you have to, like, in other words, you can't do it unless you want to pay like 4,000 baht for the one way. So I'm like, okay, fine. So like I booked this, and maybe you've been here before. I booked this round trip deal down to Chumpon. You ever been down there?
I have not been down there.
It looks like it's about 200 kilometers south, same coast of Hua Hin. So, and I did like a Google map, and I like drugged the little guy over there, and I'm like, oh, cool, they have a beach, great. I mean, I can beach all day long, like I'm an expert at that. Fine,
absolutely.
I can't have a bad day at the beach, right? So I'm like, all right, fine, so I'll do that. So, but to his point, on August 7th, I believe I'm either going to be coming back to Bangkok around that time, So the short answer is I hope we can meet up too, dude. And that would be really cool. It's funny, Jeremy. So I had I basically lunch yesterday with one of my subs, Caesarius, really Aurelius, or whatever that's his full name.
Oh, yeah, he comes on my channel too. I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
So he's cool. He's here in Bangkok, right? Really energetic guy, which is great. And so we went over to this place called Jim Thompson's. You ever heard of that?
I haven't heard of it. If it's in the middle of Bangkok, I probably haven't been there. Yeah. Because I'm out on the west edge.
You stay on the outskirts?
Yeah.
Because you hate speaking English?
No, it's not that I hate speaking English. It's just near, or I shouldn't say near. I should say it's closer to everything that I need. My job. There's plenty of stuff. I'm not like on the way outside of Bangkok. I'm just like a little bit farther west than I would like to be. Like I would like to be about 15 minutes closer driving time towards the center of Bangkok. Yeah, but then it would take me. That would defeat the purpose as long as I'm working.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That totally makes sense, right? I mean, obviously, it's like, I mean, I don't know about you, but like when I had a real job, right? I mean, for the most part, I would live fairly close to where I would work. And certainly in radio, it's like, look, dude, when you get the call, like you kind of got to be there as a friggin' engineer. Oh yeah, let me live 2.5 hours commute because it's such a cheap amount of rent. No, forget about it. I'd be bad of a job. So I'll address that comment. Well, yeah, too. Tell me about that.
As a teacher here, we through this stuff that we've been going through and the chaos and everything.
You can say the word on my channel, by the way.
Oh, I can say it on your channel? Okay.
I'm going over to my COVID channel. Yeah.
But through all that, we were kind of on standby and like, it was like, we got called in here, called in there. We were working some half days. We were working some not so half days. What's up, Stuck in Florida? I see you on there.
He's great.
He's an awesome dude, man. I see a lot of people in here. Matt Tech's in here. Hello, God.
Let's be clear. Like all of the people that aren't on your channel when you're live, come here.
Right.
Like this is the only reason I have your friend. The cool guy in the hat.
They definitely do. But yeah, teaching, we were super fortunate. The company that I work for, obviously is a private school, not a government school. And we got to keep our pay throughout the whole thing, which was a big deal. And nice, they really, really did us right. They really did us right. So I think living where I live, in a very nice, it's not that I pay a lot for it, but it's a very nice condo, and we have good security. And if I want the amenities, they're here. We have a gym, pool, laundry and theater and library and all that stuff, but I don't ever use them because I'm working on this.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's true. So one of the guys says, when are you going to Phuket? So to the whole like, hey, August 7th, I'm coming to Bangkok. The short answer is I'm going towards the end of July. It was basically like the soonest ticket I could buy. Like when you bought that AirAsia thing, it was like basically July 4th, July 5th. So 21 days, right? To the 26th. So I think I'm cruising down whatever that Monday is. Whatever, like July 27th or something like that. And I'm cruising down to Phuket for like 2 days. So whoever's like, so if you're going to be down there, Dave, then yeah, just absolutely let me know. So actually, we can both answer this question. That would be kind of neat. When will you consider going back to the United States? What about you, man? I mean, do you like do the annual family thing, or what's your plan?
I haven't been. So I left for the Philippines. I left America on July. I believe it was July the 27th, 2017. And I stayed 9 months in the Philippines and then came here in Thailand in April of 2018. So I have not been home since. I have no plans to go home. I would really like to go home and see my dad, my brother, and just a few family members. And some old friends would be nice, but really, I haven't been in a financial position yet to just go and do it, right? But I will, because like I said, pacing my way to greatness, man.
Good for you. That's great. You know, it's funny. So he asked me, what are you going to be doing August 7th? My plan was to get on a plane and be in Boston August 3rd. And, you know, I was still kind of like waiting it out and everything. And, you know, but unfortunately, at least the data that I get about the level of success that the U.S. has had is zero. I'm quite certain they're like, oh, you're from Thailand? Totally come in. It's not like you have disease or anything. Well, the converse is not going to be oh, yeah, Mike, you've been to Boston and New York City. We would love to have you in the kingdom. You know, we're going to hose you down, of course, with Clorox for the next 2.5 weeks. But, you know, so that's not happening. And but I was like, well, I'll just keep the ticket until whenever. And then and it was through Delta on Korean Airlines. And so then Delta/Korean, they sent me this thing. They said, well, you know, we've updated you know, when you book it like 3 months out, they'll come back and instead of leaving it like 11 in the morning, you leave it. So great. So that's what I'm expecting. They're like, oh, it's an update. Fine. So I look down and they're like, yeah. And so instead of flying you from South Korea to Boston, we're going to fly you from South Korea to New York City. And I'm like, all right, that's fine. And then I'll just hop up and that's it. Like they're going to leave me in New York City. I'm like, dude. First of all, I like the Red Sox. So you don't throw someone who digs the Red Sox down with a bunch of freaking Yankees. That doesn't work. So, but I'm just like, not even a bus. Like you're not even going to give me a freaking rowboat to like cruise up the coast. I mean, so that was like,
I don't know. Right now, New York City is not the place to be. The news I watch, and I will tell you if it makes any difference, Mike. I had a friend that was here and got stuck here during the whole chaos. And he just went back to America about a week ago. And so he got back fine. But there's no way he could get in here. You know what I'm saying? He can turn around and come back and get in here. There's no way. And the news I keep reading on Thailand's travel bubbles, I go a little deep when I go. For those of you that don't know who I am, I'm Jeremy. My channel is Do More Life. I got about 27,000 subscribers or so, and we're trying to grow. But
and they're all here right now, by the way.
No, I see some names I don't recognize.
Oh yeah, of course, yes.
And that's great. But I do a lot of research for informative purposes. Kind of like, you know, Mike talks more about things he's doing, and because let's be honest, he's got the life we all want. Okay.
Yes, you have hair, so
I do have hair. That's true. But I do a lot of research on these things, and what I've read so far is that the travel bubble idea seems to be maybe collapsing a little bit. Yes, I just read this today. Apparently, the PM or people that work for him are really, really nervous about people coming back in for any reason.
Regardless of the country. I mean, isn't that the point with the bubble? It's like, look, Vietnam, we trust you.
That was the point. I did a video on explaining travel bubbles last weekend and what they mean. And that you're exactly right. Basically, a travel bubble is just a connection between one. It's like an agreement between one country and another country. Our citizens fly here, your citizens come in here, and here are the stipulations. So what's going on in America right now is the cases are going up, right? And as long as they're going up, doesn't matter what the death rate is or the medications that can fix it or any of that stuff. As long as the case numbers or the caseload is rising, Thailand's having nothing to do with it. And you can't blame them really, but at the same time,
boundary, man. Yeah.
At the same time, you don't want to leave up out of here thinking, you know what, I'll come back in about 6 months, and then Thailand decides to close the borders to America or Canada or whatever in the West until 2022. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it is sort of weird, right? Because, I mean, you know, if any of this were to occur based on anything else, like, in other words, if this was just, like, if all of a sudden we were Cuba and they said, look, dude, from this day forward, you're never going to have a car newer than, you know, and there's going to be sanctions and all this. I mean, everyone would be in a total uproar. But now that it's, like, health-based, then people are like, okay, I'm willing to sort of, you know, stomach that for a while. But then they're like, yeah, but what about my vacation time? And it's like, dude, people are still sick, So it's funny, like, I don't know. I mean, wouldn't it be weird if the travel bubble was like, look, if you're from the US, congratulations, you can travel within the 50 states and just bring your disease with you. But,
exactly.
But the whole rest of the world is going to be like, listen, you friggin' lepers over there in that like fairly new country that, is like, Great Britain version 2.0. Right. It's good. And to be fair, it's like the United States is in a good spot that way. Because, I mean, let's face it, dude, you live there. I mean, I can get up one morning and go snow skiing in the mountains in Southern California. And then literally the next morning I can go water skiing. And so, I mean, and you multiply that by like, Maine to Key West, Florida, and then the upper, I mean, I mean, there's everything there, right? Which again, you could argue that's the reason why no one has a passport. They're like, why do I friggin' need one? I use my same US dollars in Miami that I use in, Arkansas. I'm good.
And that's a very fair argument. But my argument to that is, your number one, your dollar goes further in Thailand, but extremely further. Or if you go to the Philippines, it really goes a long way. Taiwan's about the same as Thailand. Vietnam, I'm not exactly sure, but I think it stretches pretty far. And then I would tell people that you're not missing the travel experience by not Southeast Asia. You're missing the cultural experience, and you are therefore not building your character to the level it could become. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong.
You're lame. If you do not come to Thailand, you're lame. Let's be clear.
Yeah, so you got this much more potential of character that you get by traveling. And if you don't traveling outside of America. So if you don't travel outside of America, that potential just sits there, and it's no good.
I totally agree. I want to thank you, Aztec. By the way, Aztec, right? Is he on? Does he come by your channel? Maybe I just know him.
I have not seen him before.
Anyway, he's one of the people that are awesome. Thus, the attendance at the Cool Kids table. But he brings up a great point because people were going back for it. So, guys, this is Jeremy from Do More Life, and I will let him introduce his channel because I know he has a lot more passion around it, right? Because it's his channel. So go for it, dude.
Oh, okay. I just saw the comment where it said introduce your channel. Yeah, so my name is Jeremy Gladfelter. I'm 39. I'll be 40 this year, but please don't tell anybody. My channel is called Do More Life. It's all one word. You can find it on YouTube. You can Google my name, or you can type in my name or the channel. It comes up because I put my name in all the tags for videos. So you can get it there. I've been YouTubing since about the second month I was in the Philippines. So let's say August 2017, something like that, August 2017. And my channel is dedicated to travel, fun, photography, and education. And we don't do a lot with photography. When I say photography, I just mean you get to see pictures, that kind of thing. But we do a lot of travel and information and education. And we also, like last week, I had a Wahin week. So every video I released last week was on Wahin and that kind of thing. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I don't. We have some great people over there. So if you're ever bored and Mike's not on, what's going on?
I like that caveat. If you're ever bored, and Mike's not on.
Right. Yeah, I definitely don't take away. It's so much better to collaborate with good people than it is to try to undermine them. And that's what's been the downfall of YouTube here in Thailand and in the Philippines. And Mike, you and I have talked about this, so I'm not going to go on about it. I'm going to let you go.
We can talk about that over a smoothie. Oh my God, YouTube. I've got no friends. I think one of the other greatest quotes is, "Hey, so I'm 39, but I'm like, mother of God." I mean, dude, you want to talk about like people want my life, and I get that, but like, how many 39-year-olds, dude, in the United States would be like, I would love to be living in Thailand right now, because
I'm sure.
Yeah, so that's pretty darn sweet, dude. That is definitely pretty darn sweet. So anyway, cool. Thank you. And it's funny because you and I, like a lot of YouTube relationships, if you will. Like, in other words, I met Rike because I'm like, oh, hey, like I'm following you, whatever. Rob, same thing. Actually, Rob reached out to me. He was living in Thailand for like 6 to 8 months. And then he pings me and he's like, what should I do? How should I get a visa? I'm like, you live there, dude. But like you, right, for some reason, I have this, I don't know if it's an obsession, but it certainly feels like a need to research things, because what really frustrates me is when someone will be in a scenario and they make a statement, and not necessarily intentionally, but it's wrong, like really wrong.
Yeah.
And I think both you and I, we share that level of desire to be able to, I mean, to the best of our ability. I mean, we can't be like, you know,
exactly.
Yeah, but at least we're going to do the research. And if we can't, then we outsource it. Great example. I think we both have a lot of respect for Ben over at Integrity Legal, right?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And, you know, it's funny. It's like, I mean, someone will be like, so Mike, give me your legal advice on, I'm like, no. If you want my advice on how to stay single until you're 50, I'm your guy. Okay.
Right.
You know, it's like, hey, Mike, give me your, what's your opinion on getting married? I'm like, I don't know. If I'm in Southern California, no, don't do that.
Right. Don't do that. Exactly. I agree.
It's good.
Two interesting points I can make to that, Mike. Number one, if you give the wrong information out on your whether it be your videos or your live stream, there are two things that are going to happen. One, somebody's going to call you out, but because somebody that knows about whatever you're talking about is going to call you out. At that time, you have two choices. You can be an arrogant prick and try to smash them into the ground, which I do not recommend at all. Or you can simply find out that the information they provided you is true, and you can go on live or make a video apologizing for giving the wrong information out and make a correction. That's how you win over people, and that's how you get their respect. To my second point, when people want to know stuff, I always tell them that the solution to anxiety is preparation. So if you are prepared in the facets that you like, if you're worried about where you're going to stay, book a hotel. You don't want to worry about it anymore. You know, if you're worried about where your first stop's going to be, book the first city you want to go to and book a hotel in it. You won't have to worry about it anymore. If you're worried about taking a travel tour, book the travel tour. Then you don't have to worry about it. It's all paid for. You know, that kind of thing. And when it comes to visas, and they keep for somebody that doesn't know anything about the Thai immigration system, they can seem complicated.
Yeah,
they're easy to understand, but they can seem that way. So instead of getting anxious about it or getting upset, that kind of thing, just do your research. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, to your first point, right? It's like, I think I make a lot more friends deservedly when I, admit my mistakes. I mean, that's sort of standard, right?
Of course, yeah.
But, I mean, I'll tell you right now, for some guy who's like, been up on stage in front of like thousands of people and you make a mistake, my default setting is to like, let me get clean with all these people right now. It's like, no, I'm going to make myself look good. Like, you guys, I need more makeup. I mean, whatever, And, but I'll tell you, for me at least, and maybe this is you too, if I do come back and I, do the rebuttal and I say, guys, like totally wrong, this is the correct information, man, I feel so much better afterwards, But at the time, I'm like, it would have been a whole lot better if I looked good versus like giving, it's a human nature, right? But
it is, but humility is priceless.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, I wake up most mornings and I'm like, you know what, God, I tell you what, here's what would be really cool. If I get humble before I get humiliated, that would be the preferred trajectory. Because eggs are great on plates, they suck on my face. I'll tell you that.
Right. That's 100% true. I haven't heard in a long time about what you just said about not eggs on. I'll get humble before I get humiliated. That's something I haven't heard in a long time, and it's so true, so true.
Well, it's probably good that you haven't heard it, because usually that comes from a mentor of some kind saying, Mike, you screwed up.
That's right.
So let me lob this nugget over the net, like basically, tell you how to be 7 years old from the 6 that you're supporting right now. But
I'm going to let you have your live stream, man. I didn't want to crush it, and I didn't come in here and pull too much time or whatever. But since you invited me, I was very glad to come on, and I really appreciate the invite. To everybody watching, listen to Mike. He knows what he's talking about. And I'm definitely going to check out the new bridge. So
nice. Yeah, let's stay in touch about that.
Yeah, we'll talk later on that. So love you guys. Have a good, what is today? Monday, baby. Monday in the States. No, Monday. Yeah. Monday in the States. So everybody take care. Thanks, Mike.
Right on, buddy. Good to see you, buddy. Have a good one. Peace. Well, that was a good opportunity. It's funny. So he and I were like chatting on Facebook, and he's like, oh, what are you doing today? And I said, well, we get this live stream, so I've only got about 7 hours of my life committed in the morning. No, I don't know how long I'm going to go today. And so, so we were going to just chat, connect. He's like, what do you got going on? And so I thought, okay, well, I'm on, and I'll just copy and paste, which is how StreamYard works. If you don't know, you copy and paste this link that they give you, and then people can come on like that, right? And for the most part, that was okay. I mean, the challenge sometimes is the difference in audio levels, which arguably mine is a little bit louder, right? So I need to be cautious of that, and so that we can both be heard at the same time. And I'm quite confident that we talked over each other, and so let me apologize for that. It's a technical imperfection that I haven't mastered yet. But anyway, so we were talking about, and then so I just gave him the link, and I saw it down there. It grays out, and it's like, oh, cool, he came by. So I really appreciate that. It's really cool. He's been wildly successful with his channel. And the thing that I like, and as if you heard me joke about, hey, you can say COVID or you can say, Corona on this channel. He's got very clear boundaries that are very healthy on his channel, especially in his live streams, because, again, this is sort of a hobby for me, if you will. It's the hobby that basically is wildly successful therapy. I've mentioned to you guys before that, you guys keep me saying, I'm not just saying that to sell t-shirts, right? It's no, this is really helpful for me to interface with you guys by myself in my condo, because, half of this team is in the Philippines, right? It's I could talk to Gracie on WhatsApp, but it's interacting with you guys and setting direction and looking at the future and saying, okay, what, and, I'm obsessed with positivity, right? So I think you guys resonate with that too. So anyway, it was a real honor to have Jeremy swing by. So that's really cool. He and I, he brought me and Rike actually on his channel a while ago, and that was a great conversation. He's anyway, so he's a good guy, and I think any of you guys that know him know that. And those of you that don't know of his channel, thank you guys in the chat for bringing that up, and hopefully we educated you on how to get to his channel. So that would be pretty cool. Ralph says, I have plans to travel to Thailand this August, but from what you just said, that might not happen. Ralph, I assume you're from the United States. Yes, it will be very difficult for you to get in here. And right now, you just cannot get in on a tourist stamp or a tourist visa. If you have a business visa and you have a work permit, you can do that. But again, I'm assuming that you kind of similar to me, are just sort of a average, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but some more of what are the common ways that people come to Thailand, which is as a tourist, they get a 30-day stamp on their US passport. So that's going to be a big challenge. But again, you got to remember that things change quickly. So Rackman says, rumor I saw was possibly no international flights until a vaccine is found, subject to various country permissions. I saw something to that effect as well. But I think we're all sort of aware enough that, you don't just double click on a vaccine. Now, they have found medications along the way, and, they think that that'll maybe help the symptoms kind of thing. In other words, we're not going to cure headaches, but we're going to give you Tylenol. We figured out how to do it, retroactively. We can try and get rid of the thing, but we have absolutely no idea what caused it, right? So there's no vaccine for it. But the point is that, yes, there's going to be things that'll come up, but I think, to my point, I think 1 year is a realistic timeline to be able to find, a vaccine. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. I'm not about, so I mean, but that's what I seem to be, reading up. People like to be friends with humble people. And you know what's funny about being humble is every time I've thought to myself, I should outwardly describe a scenario where I was humble, one could argue that by doing so, I'm therefore not. So I tend to try and be the best person I can possibly be. If someone else labels me as being humble, I sort of pause and I'm like, motivated you to tell me that. And I think this just refreshed there. So sorry for that if it blacked out there for a second. Oh, and then I also saw some chatter back and forth. I mean, there were a lot of comments and I'm honored by it. And I went through and thank you for, at least it tells me right now, I got some thumbs up and some hearts, which is, I think, from Facebook, which is awesome. And then 27 people watching right now. So thank you guys very much. I really, really appreciate that. But to the chat, I saw some folks going back and forth and a few people were like, hey, so don't get political on here or whatever. And I really appreciate that because I don't, again, there can be some positive things that come out of everything, but it has been my experience that when people sort of get into the discussion, traditionally the debate, over, political decisions or political parties, especially in the US right now, it seems like there's a big, battle against the two political parties or whatever, people's vision, right? In other words, like you disagree with me and therefore let's have a debate. The only thing I really like to debate is like your level of intensity of gratitude. That's about it, because I mean, look, we can always chat about what is lousy and there's plenty of other channels to do that on. I just like to focus on the positive and what can be done and the solutions that we can rise to. You could totally argue that, Mike, if we don't talk about politics, then we will never get to a solution. That's fine. I just prefer to not do it. And I think the culture of this channel is such that, we're all sort of here to find out the next solution and discuss that. I'm not saying we shouldn't bring up the fact that you can't do these other things. But what I like to do, at least for myself, is to focus on what I can do based on what I can't do. In other words, I cannot fly home to see my parents. That is lousy, okay? But what I can do is I can figure out a way to, very inexpensively, essentially free, call them on the phone and talk to them and then, teach my mom how to use Google Hangouts or whatever, right? In other words, we can do the best face-to-face that we possibly can. And so that's just sort of that. But anyway, I wanted to address that because I really appreciate some of the guys, trying to say, hey, that's not really something we do. Am I on the right channel? I saw that comment. So anyway, so that's cool. And indeed, thank you to Jeremy for coming. And that's pretty cool. Nice, Matt Tech. That's decent, man. So yeah, so I'm not going to see a whole lot of that. Well, plus, dude, here's the deal. If I get a thumbs up with keeping politics up from some guy who his name is, or maybe woman for all I know, Mango Sticky Rice, you're my hero. Because guess what I had for lunch yesterday, buddy? Mango with sticky rice. And here's the cool thing. I'd never had this before. I've had like white rice, and then sticky rice is like basically white rice. Occasionally you can get it brown, but for the most part, no. I've had, they call it black rice, but arguably it's just sort of like deep purple. And so I've had, not the band obviously, but I've had like the black rice. But yesterday it was like a light blue rice. And that was really sort of interesting. And the cool part about it was, if you guys have ever had mango and sticky rice, in my opinion, the best way to have it is very sort of chilled, almost cool, not chilled, but like cool mango. And the rice is warm, as is the white sort of, I believe it's sweetened condensed milk, basically, that you pour over it. That's my best dessert ever. So you see, boom. What do you got going on there? Chest bump, my friend. Joseph, thank you so much. I was waiting to see about that, buddy. 17 ups. And how we got going, we got a shaka, man. That is like absolutely fantastic. When I was on stage, it was a small venue, maybe 50 ladies, and I was a Chippendales dancer. You and Chris Farley, buddy. Absolutely. Or did you or did you perform more like Patrick Swayze in that scenario? Did you have the cool cuffs? I'm a big cuffs guy. Like the shirts that I wear, usually I turn over the cuffs and they have these. This is just kind of plain. This is kind of a thing. But like my Robert Grahams have a whole lot of like embroidery on the cuffs. So I'm a big fan of cuffs. So I think if when I get the six pack, I'll probably wear the top of the Chippendales, which of course is just Just to think, yeah, that's pretty cool. Yes, Richard, I can. There we go. Yes, Sunday, absolutely, Sunday in the U.S. Humble is good pie, and there will be pie. Yeah, like it or not, right? So I just got to be able to ideally respond in a healthy way and not, react, and certainly not overreact, right? That was because boy, does that show up. Man, oh man. Big Chest Monks, Mike, I come here for the positive vibe. Good, man. Me too. I mean, at the end of the day, like, you got to remember that, there's a whole lot of like what I do is, what bounces off of you guys. I mean, and so, you can blame yourself for the fact that, like, that's sort of one of our favorite topics here. So anyway. And yes, I absolutely have rose-colored glasses. And it's funny when people will have used that phrase with me, and I'm like, well, right. Like, I get to choose what kind of glasses I wear. Like, what the hell kind of glasses? What are you wearing? A welding helmet? Like, I mean, dude, don't you want to see what's going on out there in the best way? I don't know. I just, I got to tell you guys, I'm really comfortable in my own skin, and I'm happy to be alive. And I do these videos again for the sanity, but I also do it to hopefully, bring out, right, the discussion, or bring out the ideas maybe in your mind where it's like, I get the post that says, hey, I'm planning on coming over like in August or something like that. And again, if it was the beginning of August, I would, don't cancel it until you need to cancel it. Right. And I gotta follow up with that to Delta. It was so lame because, like many, like, you can change it with no fees or whatever. So I go in and you can cancel it online because, heaven forbid you actually call their call center that for some reason is like overwhelmed right now. I'm like, do you have any idea how many people in the Philippines can like work in a call center? Like half of the pop. So don't tell me that you don't have customer service people. That's not possible. I mean, there are more than enough, people that can speak in certainly English, but also like about 5 other of the very popular languages that are available to do this from the office now in the Philippines. Some of them are open, not all of them, but they can do it from their house too. I mean, if you're in Manila, if you're in Makati, yeah, the internet in the Philippines isn't great, but at the end of the day, I mean, they can figure that out. And so I'm just amazed at, like, when I call 1-800 anything, it's just like, oh, sorry, the wait, 36 minutes yesterday. I'm like, yeah, but you were able to ding my credit card like immediately. So clearly your paradigm of the prioritization of the technology that serves the customer the best is completely wrong. Like, you need to have a serious leadership discussion on how you're going to get, I get it. You ding my credit card immediately. That's how you get a customer. How you keep a customer is you take care of them after the sale. I mean, service after the sale. That phrase didn't come up just now on this live stream. Okay. Like, people with companies that provide a service have been obsessed with having to do that because, again, as you guys have heard, it is infinitely more expensive to gain a new customer than it is to keep a current customer. But my allegiance to you, Delta, is diminished significantly because you believed that you could keep 300 of my dollars when there was the screen that said cancellation fee, $0.00. So I clicked on submit. And then all of a sudden, the next email I get is, oh, by the way, we're holding back 300. I mean, obviously they don't say by the way, but in the final, and I'm like, well, okay, so you presented me with the ability to have 0 cancellation fees, and then you didn't do that for me. So therefore your behavior doesn't match basically your speech. Well, I define that as having a lack of integrity. So why should that behavior not transpose into the way that you're going to take care of me on the plane, potentially the way you're going to service the plane? I don't believe that my safety is going to be at risk. I'm quite confident that the Delta has, the prioritization on the mechanics and the quality of the pilots and that sort of thing. So I wasn't worried about that. But I was just amazed, like, in this climate of the whole, oh my God, we have to keep as many customers in our plane as possible. We will do anything to take care of them. Like, I'll tell you right now, I just recently took Thai Lion Air as well as Thai Smile. And the service was exceptional. I mean, again, the line to get my ticket wasn't 70 people deep. Okay. Like, I was literally the only guy checking in when I checked in. And then, of course, a bunch of people checked in after that and sort of thing. So the plane was about 30% full. But the point is that yes, they maybe had a little bit more time to take care of my personal needs and be nicer to me because of the time frame. But the point is that they had a culture that was like, yes, but we do have extra time. So therefore, we're going to capitalize on that, and we're going to provide excellence in customer service. And then we're going to survey this person afterwards, and we're going to over communicate to them when their flight is going to be. And all of this stuff is so easy to do, because the majority of the people that you need to over communicate to, you can do it electronically. And sending out one email is effectively the same cost as sending out 10,000. You know, I mean, so in other words, the amount of communication that's necessary in an e-world is totally available to every company. It's just what's your prioritization. And again, I'm not here to complain. Okay, what I'm doing is I'm sort of like setting the foundation for what my expectation is for the baseline of customer support in 2020, regardless of what the product is, but specific to the airlines who, you know, let's face it, they're not hitting record profits in July of 2020. Okay, so I'm like, you know, guy, like, I mean, I'm gonna, you know, so now what do I have to do? I have to spend easily 1 hour of my time on the phone to then discuss to someone that may or may not have the authorization or the capability or the logic to be able to say, yes, we will refund you your full amount because you have this document that we presented to you that says we will refund your full amount. And I say all that stuff, guys, because when I'm out in the world and I see someone provide me with really good customer service, which was like the minivan I was in, the ferry I was on, the person at McDonald's yesterday that gave me my ice cream, I make a point to honor that person for their behavior. Not just because I know how much easier it is to be nice than it is to be angry or to be a bad customer service person or to be a leader that demands that, but because it's important that I focus on that positive. Because the more people that I acknowledge and basically advise on my judgment of their behavior being really, really exceptional, I think personally it makes the world a better place. I'm sitting there throwing out positive energy all day long. And, you know, a lot of the people that I interface with are a little bit more introverted than I am. And so therefore, the way that they get energy is they receive it in, you know, internally, right? That is an introverted behavior. The way they get their energy is to pull it all in. The way I get my energy is to basically throw it out into the world, and whatever bounces back, that's the energy that excites me. And so therefore, I am extroverted, right? I'm an extreme example of it, but I hope you get it. And so when I'm interfacing with these people, I feel as though it's my duty to say, like, I really appreciate you doing that. Like, you didn't have to do that kind of thing, right? And again, I'll use phrases that, you know, are a little more too common, but aren't necessarily accurate. Like when it's, oh, well, you didn't have to do it. Like, no, I didn't have to. That's not what I'm getting at. You know, it's like, no. I really appreciate you going the extra mile or doing this, or the fact that, like, you know, I mean, great. Like, I'm at McDonald's yesterday. I go in, I've been to this McDonald's before. It's 10 baht for the ice cream. I know the deal and I know how to do it. And, you know, they did whatever, they made an ice cream. Okay. But, and I'll tell you, I think the selfish reason that I behave in this way, because it has been my experience that when I behave in a positive way and I acknowledge people for their excellence, I catch people doing something right, I benefit. Not necessarily immediately, but eventually. And I'll give you a great example how I benefited yesterday. I know the size of the ice cream that McDonald's gives me. I also know that it is done by a human who, like, holds the arm down. And if they're in a good mood, they basically swirl the thing 2 or 3 more times, and I get another centimeter or 2 centimeters of ice cream. And that happened yesterday because I went in and I wasn't expecting it. I didn't do it for that reward, but I walked away and my ice cream was basically 2 centimeters higher than the next guy. So, I mean, extrapolate that into everything you do, guys, every relationship you have, every interface that you have. And you don't do it for everyone. You can't. It's not possible, but you do the best you can with the awareness you have at the moment. I do the best I can with the awareness I have at the moment. Let me just say that. And I will tell you that the rewards I get from it are metaphorically 2 more centimeters of ice cream constantly. And that might be $2 more or 2 more pats on the back or 2 more smiles or 2 more minutes with Gracie or whatever the universe gives me, you know. Now I need to my girlfriend make me some tomorrow. Yeah, mango and sticky rice. Absolutely, you do. And if she knows it, hey, Captain, good to see you, buddy. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it. Chris Farley, I'm sure was a more accurate description. But that's I want to see if he responded to that. That's pretty cool. But isn't that one of the funniest skits, man, when he was on Saturday Night Live? That guy was a genius. You want to talk about energetic. Oh, man. Gotta love Thailand. Okay, I could not book a flight to Phuket. So I booked a flight to Bangkok on the 30th of July, for 2 days to meet up with you. I'm staying in the SEATRAN, Bangkok. Okay, you IHG, you mean? International or Intercontinental Hotels Group. Book a flight. So Bangkok on the 30th of July. Okay, cool. That sounds good, Dave. So yeah, so I will basically, and the 30th is a Thursday, right? I believe that I am back from Phuket on that Thursday, and I probably get home about, I think my flight lands, I think I got like the noon one, so I think I land at like 2 in the afternoon. So dude, if for whatever reason you're like coming, to be fair though, I'm cruising back on AirAsia, right? So I'm going to be at Don Muang, but I think you're talking about flying on AirAsia too, because you're the one that let me know about the sale. So I think you're cruising back to Don Muang too. So depending upon when you land and when I land, let's message each other as we get closer, so we could potentially grab our first smoothie at the airport, and then we can go over to your high class hotel, man. That would be pretty cool. Mr. Mitch, I just choked on my tea. I had already forgotten. He said the dancing thing. Hey, Carl, good to see you, buddy. Good morning to you as well. You had a good pill before I stepped out here at Cebu City. You are a good pill before I said that. I see. Okay. Todd, they charge your card in the heartbeat. Takes them 7 days to get it back to you. Cancel. Yeah. And that's an interesting thing, right? Because I mean, if any of you guys have ever done e-commerce or you've done any online sales, I mean, it is absolutely as easy to give a credit to a customer as it is to give them, to charge them. It's literally the same, basically. If you've ever seen like the whole sort of process that not e-commerce necessarily, but that online charges go through. So there's the processor, there's the bank, there's the right, and then not anymore. But what used to happen is that basically then everything at about 11:45 or sometimes 12:15 in the morning, 11:45 p.m. or 12:15 a.m. right after midnight, they would run what pretty much everyone would refer to as a batch. And so it would batch all of the charges that you would occur on that day. And then boom, they would just do like one iteration, to the bank, which if you think about it, is pretty inefficient, because then that means like every single merchant is like, the bank's like, dude, really? Like you could have done this at 2 in the afternoon, but there was a reason for it. The point is that, yeah, the delay is a little bit frustrating. If you're doing a charge back as a merchant, that can at scale cost you a lot more money. Usually the 2.5%. I mean, if you're Delta, you're getting like 2.5% charge. You're not paying the full 3%. They're doing so many charges on a daily basis, that they've gotten a massive deal, like from American Express, for example, which is sort of their like partner card. As an example, I have the Delta American Express, right? And so because of that, like I get like my second bag is free, or maybe my first bag. I think my first check bag is free or something like this. Anyway, you get that, right? So they have that deal. And so obviously the credit card transactions on American Express are less because they partner with them. But yeah, I just kind of roll my eyes at it. And I'm like, well, there certainly isn't a whole lot I can do about it. Now, what I can do is I can, on social media, I can chastise them publicly, because there's a lot to be said for public embarrassment. Delta's really good at sending me communication about what they're doing to keep me clean and safe and stuff. I'm like, oh, I really appreciate that. I will tell you, I really appreciate the fact that Delta, their CEO is actually a pretty decent leader. As far as CEOs of airlines go, he's probably in the top 5 or 10 for sure. The guys over at I want to say Qantas. I don't have any expertise in Qantas, but the guys over at Qatar Airways that are running that thing, dynamite people, really great. Southwest, arguably, they've had some imperfections, but for the most part, the culture they have in that company is I respect it quite a bit. So it takes months or years to get a client, minutes to lose one. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Good. Yeah. That's a good point. Good credit. Same both. Take work to maintain. It's the reward for doing the right thing, right? That's kind of the thing. Now I want crispy pork and crispy pork. Nice work, Stuck. Way to go, dude. That's like the thumbs up of all time right there. McDonald's ice cream is pretty good, dude. And the beauty of it over here in Thailand is it's 10 baht for an ice cream, right? And it's not gigantic, but it's like, okay, this is like cool. I'm not going to gain an enormous amount of weight if I have, and I haven't had one in a while. Shoot, I should probably have one tonight. I should commit to the McDonald's ice cream, but I love it. It's like 10 baht here in Bangkok, and it's 15 baht in Pattaya. There's no McDonald's in anywhere else in Thailand except for the McDonald's in Pattaya that charge 15 baht for that ice cream. It's 10 baht everywhere else. And if I use my rabbit card, 8 baht, baby, right there. So therefore I can justify eating more of the ice cream because, it makes me, actually it's good for me because at the end of the day, it makes me feel good after I eat it. So therefore it is good for me. MetTech says, I politely ask the younger people to leave a positive review for my service upon Google. The older generation tend to be removed from review/acknowledgement concept. Interesting. That's a cool one. I like that, man. I once gave extra appreciation to McDonald's worker in Orlando, right? Or is that right? Anyway, ORD. Or maybe that's Chicago. I can't remember what ORD is. Who was making orders happen, and 12 coworkers were just standing. Yeah, absolutely. Because I'll tell you what, right now, dude, you acknowledge that person again, catch them doing something right, and make it like publicly. They're going to sit there because I'm quite certain that they're always that. There's always the person that's the overachiever, and the other ones that are basically like taking a break. Which, to be fair, that's certainly not honored in the McDonald's culture. They're pretty focused on the customer. So the fact that that person was like really working, that's awesome. But yeah, you should, I think. And how'd you feel afterwards? There's no way you felt lousy, right? You're like, yeah, I just want to make and hopefully those other people like acknowledge it, and they're like, yeah, I should probably get to work, And maybe they're doing it because I should probably get to work because I want praise or whatever. Fine, whatever, for whatever reason, quite frankly. At the end of the day, Rockman shows up and he's like, I had a good experience. And then Rockman version 2.0 shows up behind him and they had another one, right? They had another good experience. Joseph says, thanks for the idea to send a thank you for people being in my life. I sent out 2 calls, 7 emails. Congratulations, Joseph. That is awesome. I'll tell you something right now, dude. Think about the fact that you were able to send out 19 communique, and that is like the number of people that basically just popped into your head as being important in your life. You want to talk about wealth, my friend. I mean, the fact that you're just like, oh, yeah, they had 19 people. What? I mean, dude, there are people all over the world that would give their right arm for 9. So, I mean, that is awesome. I mean, I hope you savored that, man. That's really cool. I really honor you for doing that, and I really honor you for sharing it here. I really appreciate your honesty and your openness to do that. If you don't know what he's talking about, I was doing a video, and I basically sort of shared about one of the experiences that I believe has been positive in my life, or allows me to maybe to wear the rose-colored glasses and really believe, yeah, actually, this is really what it looks like. It's not distorted. Is the ability to reach out and tell someone that you care about them, and to just do it randomly. And I don't think I came up with that. Maybe the way I do it, I came up with, the way it works for me. But just like sort of pause. And so I did a video on that. And so that was sort of one of the themes of, hey, you know what, maybe you should take, and I don't recall, I have a feeling, Joseph, I don't remember exactly what video, but was it the one that I did at the beach, like basically that I did about 10 minutes after I found out my buddy died, so maybe I was like, I should make sure everyone in their life that's in my life knows that I love them, because, they could die tomorrow kind of thing. I mean, I'm not, trying to make light of this. Okay. But as far as rose-colored glasses, it's like, yeah, that's going to happen. Like, that's the inevitable, right? I mean, like, we know that after the birth thing, we know how it ends, okay? And ideally it doesn't end in pain, but we know like the absolute last second, like you just, you pass away, and whatever you believe occurs afterwards, that sort of thing. But regardless, it's like the finale, right? In other words, is pretty much the same for everybody. So, there you go. Got it. That's good. I hope you're referring to what Joseph said, because I don't think there's any downside to doing that, my friend. Joseph Pinto sending out thank you notes was one of the things I learned in business class. It worked great. I don't know why it took 20 years for me to think to do it in my personal life, because it did. Like, in other words, it takes what it takes, man. I mean, I get that. I get why you're saying that. But I mean, I'm pretty confident you're not like sitting here going, oh my God, I'm going to beat myself up for but I get it. And I think to your statement, Doc, it happens when it happens, right? In other words, when I got sober And there were people that were in the rooms that I went to for Solution that had, you know, and I have like 7 days sober, right? And then like I go into this room and some guy's like, yeah, so I got like 2.5 years today. I'm like, what? You know, I'm one of the first things. Well, geez, why didn't I do this 2.5 years ago? I mean, it's not like this program it's not like this solution wasn't around since the 30s, you know, right? But I didn't do it when I did it. But the cool and believe me, I'm not trying to harp on anything that you say that because I do the exact same thing. And it's important that I do that. I think to myself, why didn't I do this 20 years ago? Why didn't I start saving like the second I got my first real full-time job as an adult and had health insurance, right? Why wasn't I like, man, I'm going to take 25% of my salary and I'm going to put it into a box. And then at 37 or 39, Jeremy, I'm going to move to Thailand and I'm going to start my life over there. But no, I enjoyed my life along the way differently, right? And so therefore, there's all these lessons, man. But the cool thing about him sharing this here too is that any of you guys that are like, yeah, I do that in my business life, maybe you're not at 20 years before you're going to do it in your personal life. And you're like, you know what? Stuck in Florida made a good point. I'm like 18, 19, 7, 3, whatever years in of not like just doing these little thank you cards for people. I'm going to start doing this. I'll tell you something that I do. I send postcards and physical postcards that I handwrite on. And the funny thing about that is one of my guys that worked for me, he sent me an email. You know how you do it? Like after I left, right? And we would still communicate. And I said, hey, dude, give me your address because I send postcards. And as you might guess, one of his yes, he gave me his address. But one of the responses was, do people still send postcards anymore? And I'm like, yeah, I do. You know why? Because I know how cool it feels when I get one. Additionally, it's really neat for me to sort of have a point in time reminder reference. So I always send my mom one when I'm in various places. And I put the date on it. And then she'll use them for like bookmarks, for example, in her books. When she's like reading, she'll use one of the more recent postcards that I send her. And you know what's funny, guys, is it takes literally no time. Because for the most part, the places I'm in, certainly the ones that are tourist areas, like, I mean, all you got to do is like go like this and you're like, oh yeah, let's see, postcards, 7-Eleven, money change, dentistry. I mean, that's what exists right on the street in Bangkok, especially in a high tourist area. You know, so I just go in and I'm like, oh yeah, postcards. And they're so cheap here. They're like, you know, it's like, I think I bought like 5 or 6 when I was in Koh Samui. And I think they were like, I want to say they were like 8 baht or something like that, you know. So basically the price of an ice cream. So I can either ingest an ice cream or I can send a postcard to somebody. And and you know, if you guys are members of Rob's channel, one of the things that he mentioned yesterday, and he's feeling sick, which is kind of a drag. I hope he feels better. But is he was trying to mail a letter. And he couldn't do it. It was going to take forever. Or the only way he could do it is like express mail, and it would cost like, you know, I think like 2,000 baht or 1,000 baht or like, you know, $25 basically to send a letter to get. And that has been my experience with postcards lately. I would go there and they're like, okay, so it's going to be like 14, 15 baht. I'm like, for 2 postcards? Like, that's no money. They're like, well, right. And I said, well, how long will it take to get there? They're like, I don't know. It's going by boat. And for some reason during the whole COVID thing, that seemed to be what they did. They said, look, it's a postcard, dude. We're only going to send so many planes full of mail. But as of July 1st, when I went to the Thai post office, I said, well, how's it going to get there? And he's like, plane. I said, oh, okay, great. And it was like 60 baht or something like that. It was like it was $1 for like each postcard or something like that, close to it. So anyway, that's neat because now I get to send my postcards and be like, okay, well, cool. They might actually get there. So thank you for sharing that, Stuck. I really appreciate it. Most people appreciate it. Yeah, of course. Who doesn't love recognition? I also love I love good recognition. Some people will take any attention, even if it's bad attention. I prefer the good, but KFC in Thailand do brilliant. Do they? Oh, dude, I'm going over to KFC big time because they got one of those over here in True Digital Park. And of course they have a McDonald's nearby. Shocker, right? Oh my goodness. I don't want to miss anything. Okay. But they're 20 baht. I may have had one of I had one at Burger King. I don't like it as much. It's just not as good for me. So, but I will try that. Chicago O'Hare. That's right. Thank you very much. I was like, wait a minute. Is that Chicago? Because, what is Orlando? MCO, right? Wait, hold on. Did I miss that? How do you get ORD from Chicago? Oh, and then he explains. Yeah. Thank you for that. Right. Yeah. I believe the O is, Orlando's MCO. I believe that O is actually the O in O'Hare, and I think RD are like two of the. Maybe you guys answered it later on. We'll find out. But yeah, it's interesting how some of them, like HKT, right? Like, I mean, how do you get Phuket out of that? And I guess if you put a P in front of HKT, you could be like Phuket, or whatever. I mean, it's weird how they come up with most of them. I mean, a lot of them, of course, the older ones, it's very easy. Geez, I wonder why Boston is BOS. I wonder why New York City is JFK or Disney. Like, okay, I get it, but yeah, there are some that are just sort of interesting. Does it make you guys feel like more traveled when you know the 3-letter abbreviation of a unknown airport? I kind of like that. I mean, it's kind of like one of those extra, like, you go through someone's passport and they have like, it's almost totally full with stamps. When I was younger, I would just like fantasize that someday I would be the guy that like has a passport and like almost all the pages would have it. So it's like there's this like coolness factor, right? And then as I started traveling internationally, I was like, oh, this is kind of cool that I like know these 3-letter abbreviations, for the airports. It's like I'm James Bond to some degree. How many videos do you have on your channel? MedTech? Yeah, I don't. What was his recent one? Was he the quarter mile? I can't remember. That's cool. I'll have to check it out. I probably subscribed. Crap. You know what I did? I bet I subscribed and then I didn't click the bell. Oh, man. That totally. Speaking of airports, what's your favorite airport you've been in so far? So first thing that comes to mind, Singapore. Singapore is an amazing airport. And it has, and not only is it like a good airport to go in and out of because it's clean and it's beautiful and it's Singapore, right? I mean, but it also has decent customer service for the most part. It's not stellar, but it's quite beautiful, and it's also rated as one of the top. And it's got it's got a movie theater and stuff, so you have to lay over. It's Singapore, right? So I mean, it's not like you get a good deal on anything. But it's very comfortable. But it had some downsides. So in other words, entering right like through immigration to go to then. It's not efficient. Like they don't have lines, which is weird for Singapore. I mean, usually Singapore is very like, I mean, if you look up an escalator in Singapore and like people are standing there, nobody is on the left. Like it is an open, like they're very clear. Like you stand on the right and you walk on the left. And if you stand on the left, well, game over, buddy. I mean, it's just, they're not as Japanese as the Japanese, but they're pretty darn Japanese. And so, that's kind of neat to watch. So Singapore, probably one of the top ones. But again, it's got that imperfection. South Korea has very reasonably priced massages and showers and that sort of thing. So doing a layover there is not a drag. Some of the other ones I've been to, I would have to say that the majority of the airports I've been to in the U.S., and by majority I mean like 96%, unfortunately, are ridiculous. And I'll tell you something, as far as like welcoming people, foreigners into the country and having them give a good impression of America, like on day one, LAX is an absolute dump. I mean, you walk in, there's like the ceiling tiles are, and yes, if you've been, the international return, I mean, they have like the wires on top, right? So it kind of looks like this pseudo piano thing that you're looking for, but looking through, but I mean, it's America, for God's sake, and I'm just like, this is the United States, I mean, we're really supposed now. Atlanta, to be fair, has a pretty decent airport, and it's also very busy internationally. That's why I bring that one up. San Diego is absolutely, it's nothing to write home about, considering they basically needed to completely quadruple the size of the Terminal 2 when we had the Super Bowl there. So they made that bigger for that, but it's okay. And but it's a really good question because there's a lot of ways you can transfer or that you can transit. If you want a airport that is incredibly efficient, Taiwan. So Taipei, I don't know about you guys if they've ever done international travel. Probably a lot of you guys. When you do a transfer and you go from coming in here to like leaving there, right? And so like, for example, Los Angeles to Taipei, Taipei to Bangkok. When I first started flying, and certainly if you ever have to go through Heathrow, if you've ever transferred through London, you're like, okay, yeah, I got to give myself basically 3 hours. because it is so inefficient, right? And just like it's going to take, and it's quite large too. So the physical distance you have to travel is significant. Sometimes you got to go up and down the elevators, and then you got to get on that bus, and then you got to go basically across the tarmac, And so anyway, so it's not awesome, but it's clean, right? And it's safe, of course. Not necessarily, of course, but it's safe. The food is, decent, and Wi-Fi is good and all that, and the notification's pretty reliable. Actually, it's like 99% reliable. They'll have the display. They don't necessarily over communicate, but they definitely communicate well when your flight is, when it's going to be delayed, what gate it's going to be at. All that stuff is really good. Mexico City is incompetent at that. They have absolutely no skills whatsoever at either communicating, let alone over communicating to the people that are there. And so it's Mexico. You're just like, yeah, whatever, mañana. As long as I get to my destination by tomorrow, I'm good. But it's an international airport. So my expectation is like, you guys have your act together. Now it's safe, of course. And it's not like, you're going to get harmed there. And, the planes coming in and out are good. South Korea. But anyway, in any case, so I leave myself some time, like, especially if I'm going through Heathrow, it's like, 3 hours. I'm not going to even bother because I'll have to run. It'll be annoying. The flight coming in could be late. Taiwan. I have transited through Taiwan in less than 30 minutes. I have gotten off of my plane and gone to the transfer area and gone through the secondary security thing upstairs and over to my gate in less than 30 minutes. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I mean, that's that. And I'm not talking about like, I'm the only guy in the airport. I mean, I'm talking about, this is like prior to last November, and you get off the plane and you get down and you go where it says transfer, right? And there's a line of a lot of people, and you get a little nervous. You're like, oh my God. Now, to be fair, if your flight's leaving in like 15 minutes, they do walk up and down the line, and if you had, they will bring you to the front. That's happened to me too before. But I've been in those very long lines, and I'm like, okay, I've got like 30 minutes, and I've been to Heathrow, so this isn't going to end well. I'm going to be like basically swimming across the the South China Sea if I want to get to Bangkok from here anytime soon, and it. Very efficient. So if you guys ever are like, okay, I want to do the least amount of layover, and you want to get to basically this part of the world, let's say from certainly the West Coast, EVA Airlines, I'm a big fan of them. But if you transfer through Taipei, don't worry. I mean, if your like connecting flight is less than an hour from when you land, they got this. I mean, I was really, really impressed. Mattech says the international airport abbreviation that makes me laugh is SGN, Saigon, yeah. The Vietnamese named Saigon or Ho Chi Minh, but the abbreviation was already allocated. Yeah, exactly. You're right. It was already SGN. Because I also abbreviate HCMC when I'm talking to people about Ho Chi Minh City. So yeah, I know what you mean. What do you do? Run a wreckers or something? Ooh, yeah. Sorry. I mean, I know that I'm out of. What am I at now? I'm at comments that came in at 9:43. It's 9:55. So I'm not too far behind, but unfortunately, I don't know what you're referring to. A7, my videos suck. Don't embarrass. Oh, geez, man. That's all right. I mean, dude, the coolest part about having videos that suck is that all you can do is make better ones. I mean, trust me. Have you seen the first few of mine? Good morning, Mariano. It's good to see you. Hey, dude, thanks for pinging me on Facebook. I really appreciate it. I'm stoked that we're connected. See, then it jumps and then it goes around and then, oh, there we go. Feeling better today. Big hug, brah. Big hug, Baldy. What up, Mr. Clean? Thanks for doing a swing by, buddy. Absolutely, man. MCI is the best. What's MCI? That's in Florida as well, right? I don't know about that. International Airport Dulles. Yeah, that's true. DMK is my fave for that reason. Okay, so I'm way behind. All right, hold on. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, you guys like totally. Oh, Joseph, look at you, man. Absolutely. by your videos, huh? I love my time in Germany. 2 years in Kaiserlautern. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Beautiful country, fabulous food, great people. Isn't that one of the best? I mean, I'll tell you what, dude, you go somewhere that's got great people, you're like, yeah, I had a good time. I don't necessarily know why, but like for some reason I felt good when I left. Yeah, well, it was the people. at least in my experience. Postcard, as in paper mail with a stamp. Do they still make those? You know what's funny too is I also have an app on my phone, and I tried to. Many online solutions have an API, which basically means you can go in and do stuff via code exchange that would be similar to the many of the things that you could do as a human with a mouse in a web browser, that sort of thing, right? So you can make like web calls and everything, but you do this via the API. So obviously PayPal has an API, right? And so I was thinking, okay, what I'll do is whenever I get a PayPal, I'll API out of that into the API that is available by the company that makes the app Thai postcards. So there's this app called Thai Postcards, and you basically go on there and you say, this is my message I want, and then they will send a message out from our TH Thailand postcard. TH postcard is the thing. And so basically what happens is you go in and you're able, to type a message, and you're like, this is the address I want it to go to, and that sort of thing. And as you can see, there's a reason why I didn't bother with their API, because maybe you didn't see that notice at the bottom, but it says server not responding, which if you think about it, there's way more reliable servers available in the world. So unfortunately, they probably didn't pay their bill, which means the 60 baht that I spent to try and send a couple postcards out didn't work. But what I wanted to do is every PayPal I got, it would then send out a postcard and do it automatically. But they're not really technically with it, but yeah, so you can kind of send it electronically, and then the person receives it paper-wise. So that's kind of neat. MedTech, I just subbed, didn't realize you had videos. Oh yeah, over to MedTech. Nice. IAD, there we go. We had a I know mine, says Aztec. PER, Kuala Lumpur, Bangkok, DMG. What is DMG? I can't remember what DMG is. PER, is that I can't remember what PR. I mean, obviously I could Google it, right? Oh, it's funny, Bowen. I mentioned, or I was going to say that in my response. Hong Kong. Hong Kong was a pretty good airport. I mean, it was functional for sure, and it was incredibly reliable, meaning that like the minute you got off and they said, yeah, the train's going to leave at this time, like it left. That was just like, look, dude, you're either on that, that commuter rail that they have there, right? That brings you into the city. I love that. But my taste for Hong Kong now, it's really dwindled. I don't want to, because I'll tell you, I mean, like, look at last year, I was there 4 times. I mean, I came twice. Gracie and I spent some vacation time there. I went there for some meetings. I transited through there, everything. And it was great. And I loved it. I liked the people. I mean, you could get anywhere on the MTR, right? And it's either MR, because it's MRT here, and I think it's MTR there. It was a great city, and I could, I felt incredibly safe. I don't feel that way any longer there. I mean, they're protesting, and HKG, yeah, that is a very good airport. I completely agree. DMG equals DMK. Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah. Don Wong. I don't like Singapore. Too big, and the carpet sucks. If you fly business and have only a heavy carry-on baggage, you are lost. Oh, I didn't have that experience. And it's funny that you say the carpet sucks, because there's this video that I would use at the beginning of presentations in kind of a leadership capacity when I would do like presentations, certainly for master's programs. And it's about this guy who basically lived in the Singapore airport, and he talks about the carpet. And he specifically says, this is 5-star carpet. Like, there is no other airport in the world that has this quality. So you might be talking about the design in it. Maybe you dislike that. But it's funny that you say that, because that's the first thing that came to mind. He's an Indian guy, actually. Mark Means doesn't like Don Wong. Dubai, I've never been through. I've heard it's spectacular. Yeah, as well as Qatar. I've heard that that's a really good one. And probably since I'll be flying back to the East Coast of the United States now, because essentially I'm literally like on the other side of the world. Like, it's effectively the same amount of time to fly over the Pacific as it is over the Atlantic. And so probably what I'll do is I'll probably hop through either Dubai or Qatar. So Tokyo Narita, I can find my way around there very good. Yeah, I've gone through Narita. It's a pretty easy hop, and the nice thing about it when I was living in San Diego is I could take JAL and I could cruise from Narita right into San Diego, and so that was kind of nice. Gracie's flown through there too, and they gave her exceptional customer service, meaning that they knew she was transferring. And she has a Philippine passport, and with a Philippine passport, you don't just stamp into Japan. I mean, you need a visa to get in there, right? And so therefore, because of that, and I mean, again, this was, motivated by their rules that they had to abide by. But additionally, the way that they provided this customer service was excellent. They literally waited there at the end of the jetway with a sign, that said, "Oh, you're Grace." And they escorted her to her next thing. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, they wanted to make sure she didn't get into Japan and then enter the country, which you can't do. I mean, you can't just can't scurry your way through immigration. Okay. But, or go through an emergency exit door where for some reason the alarm doesn't go off, and then from the tarmac run into Tokyo, all of a sudden become an illegal alien. But the point is that they provide her with excellent customer service to get her from point A to point B, and I was a big fan of that. TP, right? Yeah, I like I was saying, Mariana. I mean, it's you get from point A to point B there very quickly. It's very efficient. The Wi-Fi isn't awesome considering it's Taiwan. I mean, I'm okay, you guys should have really good technology here, man. Can be confusing at first. Here's the interesting thing, Stuck, is I would submit to you that most airports are confusing at first. I mean, unless you're in Terminal 1 of San Diego, which is effectively it's basically the Southwest terminal. There's two other airlines that are still there, and they have 1 or 2 gates. But for the most part, it's just so you get out there, and the minute you get sort of in the terminal, then in front of you is the seats with the people waiting to get on the plane. And then you look out and it's oh, there's the parking lot. I can't, it's going to take me longer to get to my luggage than it is to get to my, and so that's got some ease to it. And then there's other airports that are very similar too. What I will say is that I've really come to appreciate the signage that a lot of airports have had. So Taiwan, great example. They have really good signage. Istanbul had lousy signage. I didn't like that. I also really had a bad experience. I mean, it wasn't harmed or anything. It was just oh man, this airport, the ceilings were low and the ceiling tiles were kind of dirty, and the customer service there wasn't, all it was cracked up to be. Although I will say that there are people that have had very, very good experiences with Turkish Airways, and someone even posted here recently, yeah, my next flight is from here to here, and I'm on Turkish Airways. I'm all excited, and they were taking, I think, business class. But to be fair, business class on most carriers, even United, let's face it, right? I mean, the customer service in United inside the plane from the flight attendants, they're incompetent. I mean, they just will not provide good customer service. I was sitting underneath, and there's condensation that occurs, right? And there's literally water, okay, that's dripping from down into on me from the thing above. And I said, oh, there's some water up there. And she's like, ugh, walks away, comes back, hands me some napkins. I'm like, you want me to change the oil too, sport? What in the world? This is such an opportunity for you to provide great customer service with no effort that I will talk about. Unfortunately, because of this bad experience I have, A, I will never spend money with your airline again. Secondly, I will tell everybody else about this bad experience I had. And it wasn't just her. It was they have a fleet of people that are bitter, that work as flight attendants in United. But to my point, if you get on first, and I'm not talking about domestic flights, I'm talking about international flights. If you get on business class or first class, which of course is lay down, if you get on one of those, it's not as bad for sure. EVA though, most of these international carriers, especially the ones that are out of Asia, their customer service is exceptional, even in coach, man. And, DMK, only airport in the world with a public golf course in between the runways, only in Thailand. I didn't know they had that. That's pretty cool. DMK is for that reason alone. I'll tell you, the only reason I don't like DMK is because it's a fine airport. I've always gotten what I needed there. Is the location. I love the fact that at BKK, Suvarnabhumi, I can walk all the way down to the bottom floor. I can take the airport rail link to BTS or to MRT for, I think the highest price is, I think all the way one end to the other is 48 baht, free basically. And for me too, the other nice thing is that it's elevated, right? And so therefore, when I would when I was first landing, it was neat. But now that like when I would come back into Suvarnabhumi and I would get on that, and then you get underneath, and then you get on Airport Rail Link, and it comes out of the underneath, and then it's elevated, and you're looking out over all that area of like not necessarily the city of Bangkok, basically, right? But it's like kind of the the little towns that are around there, little suburbs, if you will, near the airport. And it's just like, I'm back home, Whereas DMK, for the most part, I got to do a cab. I have found some pretty decent success though when you climb over and obviously they're putting a rail link into it, right? But it's just not there yet. Another total BTS, another total link for BTS. And you can take the SRT, you can take the train there. I mean, you walk up, you walk over, and then you walk down, you walk over the freeways, you walk over the, and you can take the train from there down to Hua Lamphong. Is that how you pronounce it? The main train station in Bangkok, and you can take that into the city. So that's kind of cool. And I'm just like a train guy. Like usually when I'm coming over here, or whether I'm over here, I'm not in a hurry, right? So it's just like, if I get there for like 2 or 3 hours, whatever. And so, but yeah, that's kind of neat. I didn't know they had that. Detroit Airport is my favorite though. It's super fancy. Really, that's cool. You know what? When did I go to Detroit? I was there probably 4, maybe 5 years ago. And yeah, I don't remember having a bad experience. And so it was probably well maintained for sure. Hi, Stock in Florida. I'm an American who has lived in Hong Kong for over 20 years. Ah, nice, dude. That's pretty cool. I hope you don't feel unsafe over there. I mean, again, a lot of the data I get from, it is via the news, via CNN, the constant negative news. Well, hello, Mr. 20 Seconds. Whoa, how we doing here? Welcome to CKT. You see, exactly. You see, now we have our own 3-letter abbreviation. And if we are ever going to open an airport, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CKT. Welcome to the Cool Kids Table. If it's it, then yes. Okay, cool. So that was, yeah. So that's the one. The Sky Park, right? There's this bridge in, speaking of like sort of railways, there's this bridge in Bangkok, and it goes over the Chao Phraya River. And for years it was abandoned because they put millions and millions of dollars into like putting a line over it, and then they never did it, and then they did it somewhere else. So they left this thing. Well, the cool part is a bunch of people got together and they said, hey, we should make this bridge a walking bridge, and we should put a park on it with like a whole bunch of grass or whatever. Well, it officially opened for that, to be able to walk across the Chao Phraya River. I want to say, I think officially it opened July 1st, but before, because the prime minister came and they did, a ceremony. And I'm sure that there was monks out there that probably blessed it to some degree, for some degree of Buddhism, Buddhist ceremony rather. And so I wasn't really sure when it opened, but I want to cruise over there because I dig the Chao Phraya River. I mean, again, it's a dirty river. I get it, but it's like, it's cool. Yeah. Which one is MCI? Hello, Rob. Kansas City's MCI? Oh, interesting. Happy Leo, baby. MCI is a joke for an international airport, Rob. 1 hour transit is crazy. You're going to be sprinting through security. Yeah, I'll tell you right now, man, I did not sprint. I walked because and the other thing too is that I did it one time. And then the next time I'm like, I don't, because other people would run. They're like, oh my God, I'm going to miss. I'm like, no, trust me. This is Taiwan. Like they got their act together. Because again, it was a transfer from airline to airline. And because at first I'm like, okay, EVA, like 45 minutes. And I'm thinking, okay, like it's their planes on, like, in other words, they're not basically going to take off because they know that I left the other airplane rather. And I'm going to get on this next one. So, I mean, they're going to hold the aircraft because they know I'm coming. They've got my luggage in the plane. So if I don't show up, then they got to go through and they got to remove my luggage. Because, of course, there's this, oh, my God, if the luggage shows up and the human doesn't show up, what if it's, explosive or whatever? And so the FAA regulation is if the guy doesn't show up, dude, and you got his luggage in there and he's not, you can close the doors all day long, but you're not wheels up unless you yank his luggage out. And so, yeah, so I'll tell you, I was not sprinting. I was pleasantly surprised, Bowen. Trust me. If at first I'm like, I'm going to be sprinting through yeah. Anyway, that's been my experience. ORD designation is Orchard Factory. Really? Later, it became a commercial airfield known as Orchard Field. Ah, very nice. And so for Orlando. No. Chicago. Sorry. I don't know why I keep going back to that. You want to change the oil to? Yeah, I was just like, come on, lady. I mean, let's see, what do you want me to serve some food? It was just like the friend. Yeah. I mean, look, I get it. I mean, having a large organization like that in an industry that, for the most part, it's very difficult to make money. What was Warren Buffett's statement about the airlines? He goes, "The best thing that could ever happen to the airline business is if Orville and Wilbur absolutely crash landed and airplanes were never built." And I get what he's getting at, meaning that it is, it's not a business model where you can make money easily at it. Wow, did you just pronounce the name of BKK? I gave up a long time ago. I just call it Super Navi. Yeah, Suwarna Boom. I haven't flown first class in 20 years. The price is just, yeah. I mean, it's easily like 3 times the cost for them. Maybe it's twice sometimes, but it's usually 3 or 4 times. Train BKK, DMK are putting in the whole, yeah. It's going to go there. I'm really excited. I mean, they've got the pilings in, right? They've got a ton of stations in. I mean, it's like they're very close. I'm really excited about that. Suwarna, I put an R in there, actually, not Suwarnapum. I say Suwarna. So maybe I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Got to run. Thank you, Mike. Mr. Mitch, thank you for coming by, baby. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you for coming by the Cool Kids table and making it such. That's very cool, man. I'll say it 10 times. Suvarna boom, Suvarna boom, Suvarna boom. I take the train up to yeah, it's pretty cool. Hey, Autumn. Thank you for coming by. I really appreciate it. Boop, 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 boop. Write it 10 times on the board. Well, yeah, I mean, you're writing it phonetically, right? I mean, if you can write it in Thai, yes, absolutely. That would be amazing. Only problem, Carrie Lam forces people to wear masks whenever you go outside your apartment complex. Ah, okay. I don't mind doing that here, honestly. I mean, the whole mask thing, there's no debate with me. I mean, the results kind of speak for themselves. And at the end of the day, I do it because it's a social norm, and I'm in a Thai community pretty much. I mean, yeah, they're Farang here, but for the most part, there's Thais. And so the Thais are like, wear a mask. I'm like, okay, I'm in Thailand. I mean, it's not for me, it is. I don't believe that it is encroaching upon my, constitutional rights. I'm not going to go start picketing. I'm not going to cause random fires to some business to be able to let people know that I'm disappointed that I have to do this, even though it saves my life, in my opinion, in my experience. Rackman DMK was BKK until Suvarnabhumi was built. Yep. Then they switched codes. The golf course was the Qantas hole created by Qantas 747 Overrun. Ah, nice work. Let alone the national security law. Okay. You're in, how long? You said 20 years? 20 years in Hong Kong. I mean, the Delta must be, I'm sure is significant. I may have missed some, but I apologize. Go Hike. Gomor Hike said, I did a YouTube search on MCI Airport, and the third vid was titled "The Worst Airport." Well, yeah, I mean, everyone's got their own opinion, right? I mean, look, at the end of the day, I'll give you a great example. I bank with Bank of America, and they provided me with excellent customer service. I can probably say that out there right now, and there's plenty of you that have I've had a horrible customer service with Bank of America. Okay, well. Sorry. I think the only international flight to MCI is Mexico. Where in Mexico? Convenient to get through checkpoint and to the plane. Kansas City Airport was originally named Mid-Continent International. Because it's right in the middle of the continent. Used to be home for TWA. MCI used to be the home for TWA. Is that accurate? I thought St. Louis was the... I mean, I know that they certainly had a lot of corporate headquarters there in St. Louis when I was there. Before I was there, but it seemed like everyone there sort of talked about that. I'm not debating that you're wrong, but it was very common, at least where I lived in St. Louis, when people referred to as for TWA. Perth, thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. That would have bugged me. Ah, yes, MTR. I invested in those guys for a while because the MTR is really quite a good organization. They don't just have the trains. I mean, they make schools, they make, high-rise buildings, they make malls, they have everything. I mean, it was really, decent. But then I just sort of, I just figured, well, I'm not really going to spend a whole lot of time in Hong Kong until, the uprising, if you will, certainly at the time, last fall, right? Came up. I said, well, okay, that's kind of off my list for right now, just because I was like, I don't know. I might not be safe if I go there, or I might be bothered, so. Oh my God, dude. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Dude, that's like Schlitz. Dubai is great. I don't doubt it. Yeah, I definitely want to transit through there. That's for sure. It's also great food, same as Dubai. Yeah, the food is pretty decent. I will say that for sure. And then like if you go in and then you go, up, they've got a pretty decent food court up there. The lounges are, because again, if you go into these like VIP lounges, not every airline in every airport has a great VIP lounge. The ones that I've been in Taipei were quite nice. So had a 7-hour layover in Dubai and rode the train downtown. Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you, if there's anything I could do over kind of thing, right? There's a handful of those things in my life. I don't know about you guys, but one of them is when I was in Shanghai. Sorry. When I was in, wait, is that right? Where did I transit through? Pudong. Yeah, so Western Shanghai. So, is I should have, even though it was like lousy rain and that sort of thing, the air, it was like 70 out and it was raining and cloudy and that sort of thing. I should have taken the maglev. Had I to do it over again, I would have taken the maglev. My God, Rob, you should get sick more often. Look at this attention you're getting, buddy. I mean, who doesn't like? You want me to change? Yeah. Oh, wow. So I'm like way behind. I'm like jumping all over the place. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. Okay, wait, hold on. Oh, man. Would you get on a plane now if they were flying? See. Oh, what? TWA? I mean, their business plan was to claim bankruptcy every 7 years. I mean, I don't think they had a whole lot of integrity in my data gathering experience. It's like having, oh, really? You think so? No, I do not golf. That ruins a good walk. Good rebuild website on the Qantas 747 rebuild, more expensive than the write-off, but Qantas did want the full. Oh, very cool. Oh, there we go. Just want to say hi. The only airport code I know is Honolulu and Manila. Very good, man. Good for you, Daniel. That's great. 25 years. Good for you, dude. Wow. I can't imagine how much it's changed. That's just fantastic. That must have been really cool. Because I got to tell you, like in 25 years, San Diego didn't change a whole lot. I mean, it improved, right? The freeways got bigger, got wider, got longer, got connected, that sort of thing. The economy got better. Real estate prices went up. So if you bought, it's good. But it didn't change a whole lot. Whereas I'm sure over here, Hong Kong, 25 years ago, did they still have, I want to say, was it called Walled City? I can't remember what it was called, but basically what now is Hong Kong Park, I think. I can't remember. Oh, well, there we go. Look at Joseph throwing the 28 roses shaka, baby. Absolutely. What happened to TWA? They finally went bankrupt again. I used to have big TWA hangar where my uncle, I mean, dude, they were an iconic airline for years. Would you get on a plane now if they were flying? You mean TWA? Well, I mean, I get on planes all day long. Qantas Flight 1. Almost sounds like Ozzy's first time and flying his big boys. I'm an adult. I'm flying on Qantas. That's pretty cool. Matt Tech says, my brother just returned from a closed immigration department for a 90-day report. I told him that there was an exemption until July 1st. So the short answer is yes, it's correct. I would submit to you the reason that the immigration department is closed is because it's a holiday in Thailand. Yesterday was, and I'm gonna look it up because I know I'm not going to pronounce it right. The short answer is the first word is like ashal something. And it's anyway, it's sort of a it's like Buddhist. They're also doing Thai Lent, basically Buddhist Lent, and so they're effectively, most of the offices I believe are closed Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday this week. Asala Bucha is observed. Today is Buddhist Lent, and then you also have Ashala Bucha, which is observed today. Yesterday was effectively the holiday, so things may be reopening again tomorrow. But yeah, that's the infamous important safety tip. Always check if there's a Thai holiday before you go to go to an office. There's an exemption until July 31st. Yes. August, basically, there's amnesty for people who have either overstayed or needed to do a 90-day report in the last however long. I can tell you that I am going to immigration either later this week or next week because I want to take care of that long before there's going to be any lines. My experience, and if you're talking about Changwatana, my experience at Changwatana has been great. Yes, you have to wait. I mean, but like the customer service has been decent. They've taken care of me when they've made mistakes. They've absolutely gone overboard to make it right. It's the building's giant. Okay. And for the most part, like where you go is like 1% of the building. So it's massive, but I like it. Like I take the BTS basically over to Chatuchak area, Mochit. From there, I take the number 50 bus, which is a brand new air conditioned bus, equal in quality, if not better than the ones in San Diego. It's like 20 baht, and then it drops me off right in front, and I go for a little bit of a walk, or I take a motorbike ride down the street that goes into Changwatana, which is like separated by kind of there's a little bit of a center divide that's got, some plants in it. Some of it's concrete for sure. I mean, it's utilitarian, right? It's an immigration office. But I've had great experiences over there. I don't know if I'll go over there tomorrow. I tend to not go to places like that on the beginning of the week after there's been like stuff to do over the weekend. Because again, not everyone's going there to do a 90-day report. But I'm going to try and do my 90-day report ahead of time. I see no downside to that. I mean, it's free, right? I mean, you just go, you make a day of it, as they say. I mean, Caesar and I were talking about this yesterday. He's like, yeah, I'm retired. What have I got, plans? I mean, it's like, I'm not going to go there 15 minutes before I need to catch my flight somewhere. So it's like, yeah, I'll take the day. And so I've had, really decent experiences. So, anyway, so I'm going to probably do that like this week or next week, do the 90-day report. But yes, there is technically amnesty until August 1st. That is accurate. After Sumana Boom, which is a gateway to the land of gold, I would take Quinto, Ecuador. Low and lofty land astride the equator. Very nice, my friend. It's like landing in a cloud. Caesar bought me lunch yesterday. He also showed me the Jim Thompson house. If you guys have never been to that, I highly recommend it. It is very, very cool. If you're in Thailand right now, right? If you're not, well, then when you get here, let Caesar or I know. We can take you there here in Bangkok. Off to watch Hypocrite. You must see YouTube channel. Nice, dude. Good for you. Thank you for coming by. Kowloon Walled City. Thank you very much. Yeah, I couldn't remember, but was it there 25 years ago? It was actually much better under the bridge. Oh, hey, no disagreement there, buddy. I was quite certain that was the case. But even though I was there and I was the way I was experiencing it was, like basically 2 years ago, I was like, yeah, this is pretty cool. I can see it. But I mean, it is so expensive, right? And for the money, I think you get a lot more for your money in Singapore. I mean, if we're comparing ridiculously expensive cities, certainly for real estate and that sort of thing. But obviously, there's more history, right? I mean, and there's neater places, meaning cleaner, neater. You know what I mean? And their light show is an embarrassment. I mean, they talk about this light show that's made, and then you go over to Singapore, and I mean, Singapore has like water shooting out of the lake, man-made basically, but the bay there, and like on the mist of the water, they're shooting up. Lose internet connectivity there for a while. I'm sorry about that, guys. That was really frustrating. I know that the generator didn't come on. I know that it is the first Monday in July, so hopefully I didn't. I did see my Wi-Fi refresh. That seems to happen on this device. I mean, again, you guys have heard me talk about. I'm not going to go into it more. Yes, I need a new laptop, but on this Chromebook, for some reason, the Wi-Fi signal just seems to drop and then it comes back. But thank you, StreamYard. I mean, they don't do everything perfect, but I will tell you right now, one of the things I absolutely That's really frustrating, guys. I'm sorry about that. I hope. Oh boy. There we go. Yeah, sorry guys. It's probably StreamYard guy. Yeah, and that was very bizarre. I mean, I don't know why that dumped out. So anyway, I don't know if I'm still going on YouTube or Facebook. Let me check. It says that I am. It says that I'm still live, and it's an hour and 49 minutes. So with any luck, I am. And the number of people watching is, in fact, well, I started streaming 100. Oh, Joseph, thank you. And the number. Okay, hold on, dude. Did I just miss that? Did you just do that? Oh, Joseph, $5 for that. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate that. That was not a solicitation. I was just talking, but thank you very much, dude. I really appreciate it. I'm honored by the super chat. That's just a that is great. I really appreciate it, and thank you very much. Must have been the antennas. Well, you know, at first I thought it was because, I mean, again, this is an old Dell Chromebook that I use. And I have postulated that it is the radio inside and it's the drivers that I just simply can't update because after a while they just like, let's not bother. And it's a Dell, you know, and Dells are okay. I mean, again, it was given to me for free. So trust me, it's not like I mean, when this thing breaks, I'll be just like, okay. Well, and it's actually, the case is kind of cracked on the right-hand side. So every now and then it's just, but yeah. It's really, as you know, guys, it's very frustrating. And to go more Hike's point there, this broadcast is not market one quality. Absolutely not. And I can tell you right now, dude, if I was in market one, I would have a lot more backups than I do right now. And as you guys know, the cost of that is significant, as I've stated before. But anyway, Joseph, thank you very much, buddy. I really appreciate that. I'm honored when you guys do that. And certainly I really thank you. Thank you very much. Mm. So frustrating, guys, as you know. So frustrating. Oh, my goodness. I'm really, really sorry. But whatever. It seems like I'm back. And it's working again. But again, it's not working as well as I'd like. But nonetheless, it's working. So I fear that it's actually StreamYard, which is a bummer, obviously, because I rely on them to do this correctly. And I'm a paying customer. So yeah, indeed. Thumbs down, Aztec. I'm telling you, dude, I am really, really bummed about that. Anyway, just buy an Alienware or an XPS 15. Yeah, they're decent machines for sure. I'm not a fan of Dell though. I'm not going to give them my money. Asus is actually a much better laptop, and I know the one I want to buy, and I'm just gonna, basically for a real Dell. Yeah, there's some Dell products that. I mean, Alienware, that was a good purchase. It was smart that they bought that company because it's decent quality. It's good hardware. Thank you guys for sticking through, by the way. I really appreciate it. I know it's easy to say, screw it. I'll just go to my next channel. What's that message on the screen that's dropping him? Oh, you mean when I have the comments up there? Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it, man. 10:29, and I'm at 10:31, so I'm only 2 minutes behind on the comments. Ugh. Oh, my God. There you are now. Oh, my God. It's amazing what happens when technology actually works, right? Jesus. I think what happens, though, yeah, I do. I want a ROG, basically, Republic of Gamers. That's the one I want. I don't necessarily want the Strix model, although I think even though it's going to be a little bulkier and heavier, I think it cools better. So I think that's one of the reasons I'm going to go, and I'm totally going to get, I want an NVIDIA, and I want at least a 1650, because I think without 6 gigs of RAM, then, I'm going to be disappointed later on as far as the, what do you call it? The GPU. I'm going to definitely be disappointed with the GPU. I know if I do not, it will be real easy for me to get really disappointed with the quality of editing, and then be like, I only got 4 gigs of RAM just to basically, save some cash, right? And so I know what'll happen. I'm setting myself up for failure if I basically do that. So it's in the chat, in Facebook chat, Rob. China don't like to talk about Hong Kong. Well, yeah, I mean, I get it. They don't like to do a whole lot of that. But again, I don't really want to get, I mean, here's how I interface with China. I own Alibaba stock. That is pretty much as I get into it, because I believe in what the culture that Jack Ma set up. I believe that his new CEO, Daniel, and his partner for years really have a quality product that they're putting out there. And as far as the market of the for cloud services they have in China, they have 50% of the market. That is insane. And Tencent is a decent competitor for sure. They make WeChat and games, so they're doing pretty good. Huawei obviously provides cloud services in China, but the Alibaba Cloud has got so much room to grow. It's not even funny. And Alibaba.com, obviously, with Tmall and Taobao, I mean, they're just killing it. So I believe that way that I sort of interface with China and invest. I mean, a lot of people, I totally get it. You can be like, you shouldn't give any of your money to China. Of course, as we sit here with everything that is literally within 2 meters of me is made in China. That's just the reality of it. And I'm not gonna balk too heavily at that from a global perspective. I do believe that they're still the manufacturer of the world, the warehouse of the world. But Aztec says, yeah, the GPU matters if you're looking for an 8-6 AMD CPU, then whatever the better Radeon card. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's going to be really good. Thank God you brought in your good microphone, dude. If you had that lapel shit on, I was going to be like, you know what, dude, stop drinking, sober up.
You don't like it?
No, it doesn't have the low end. It's like so muffled. It doesn't have the highs that the other one has.
You like it like this.
All right, whatever. I do. Just talk to me like this, Ron.
Hey, before anybody else jumps off, I know you're talking about computers.
Before everyone else jumps off, now that Rob's here, before everyone else,
because they're leaving because I'm on here. If they leave because I'm on here, I just want to say you guys were talking about the amnesty until it's July 31st.
Yeah, basically August 1st.
So, and I just wanted to really reiterate exactly what you said. Don't wait until that last week, because I have already talked to many agents, and they're like, hey, we only have so many staff, first come, first serve.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
I wanted to make sure that if anybody, the one thing you could never go wrong with in Thailand at immigration is getting there a month early.
Sure. Yeah, there's absolutely no, I mean, we have 2 weeks before the 90-day report, and then we have 1 week after, and I show up 14 days ahead. I'm like, what's the downside? Right? I mean, they're still going to give me the 90 days from when the thing expires, kind of thing.
Absolutely. That was it. I just wanted to jump in and make, because when you said that, I was like, oh, that's a good topic, and it went by so quick. I was like, oh, just make sure that one bounces back at least once, and then your computer blows up.
I didn't drone on about it.
I didn't think. Well, see, I watched the first 30 or 40 minutes of it. Then I closed my eyes, but I couldn't go to sleep. So then I just got up and started watching the rest of it, and here we are. I mean, it's 2 hours and 6 minutes in, minus your dropouts. That takes a half an hour off, but you know what I mean.
Dude, don't even get me. I mean, come on. I'm just going, what do I have to get, a secondary internet service provider in my condo? Which I could get, by the way.
Well, when it drops like that, how do you get it back? You just refresh?
The short answer is I refresh the browser. I mean, that is the one nice thing about StreamYard. You did ask me about the cost of it. I'm not sure whether you're going to get it or not. But the one nice thing about it is the fact that, obviously you're going from where you are up to them. And the good news is they don't disconnect between Facebook and YouTube just because you do. There's a little bit of caching there. Yeah, and that was really helpful when I was doing my live.
Tech on behalf of Mike. Sorry.
Oh, hey. Oh, yeah, but did you see what he says? Can you see what he says? Can you see his comment? The door hinges, baby. The door hinges.
Good Lord. He wants them or doesn't want them?
Oh, he wants them. See, here's the thing. I even think that I made this comment on your Patreon. I was like, you know what, dude? The only reason I give you money monthly is because of those damn bitchin' bright, shiny door hinges.
Oh, I got it. Hold on.
Did you change my... See, Rob gets distracted really easy. Did you see? I mean, he's just like totally dead in the water. I can talk through anything while I'm totally distracted. Rob, he's kind of a... Well, he's 20 seconds at a time. So, I mean...
Well, no, what I did was I forgot to pop out the chat window. So I went back to my other browser to pop it out. And then the door hinge money for you came in. And then I turned the volume back on and I got 2 volumes going on. So short attention span, yeah, but there's 5 things going on.
Oh my God, what's going on?
Now I've got the chat popped out, so I'm good to go now. I just wanted to watch the chat while we were going, so that if someone said something hey or something, I didn't want to be rude, because we know what happens when I don't say hey to people. They get grumpy.
Do they get grumpy? They're like bothered. Like,
they get grumpy. They get grumpy. They're like,
I don't like him anymore. He doesn't speak to me.
It's you know what, dude. I've mentioned it before, but I am so excited. I mean, I almost have 1,600, but at the end of the day, I'm so excited. I only have 1,500 subs. Well, one, because they're awesome, but secondly, and I'm sure you think yours are as well, but you have so many, dude. You like slam on a live stream and it's like, it's impossible to catch up with the guys. And I kind of like the fact that I don't have that quality problem, I guess.
To answer Go More Hike, there was a subscriber of mine that was constantly complaining about where's my finger? The door hinges right here. He said, can you please shut the door? It's such a distraction. And I did. And then everyone else came back and went, please open the door. Open the door.
Give me hinges or give me death. People are burning bras like outside of give me my hinges.
It's going like America. They're having riots in the street. Door hinges are being thrown around at Costco.
All of the home pros are on fire and they're like, hinges!
It should be sliding doors only.
See, that's the thing. I mean, he's got these new T-shirts out with non on it. No. You throw a T-shirt out with some hinges on it, I'm buying 2 of those babies. I'll tell you right now.
I had a guy ask me for a custom shirt the other day. He says, can you take your face off of it? I said, absolutely. I'll make one for you.
I suppose you could, right? Because it doesn't cost you to upload the image.
No, I just had to make a new shirt. I made him the shirt that he wanted.
Nice. That is pretty awesome, isn't it?
Well, the shirt he wanted was a very simple shirt, so it was easy. But yeah, I mean, if people wanted to make custom shirts, that's one thing. I'm not a graphics designer, but just to type something and throw my picture on there, yeah. Anyway, enough about Rob. Enough about t-shirts. No, t-shirts, man. Come on. You and I are going to be hanging out having lunch here in about 3 weeks.
Stop. You need to raise yourself 6 inches and you need to show me the squirrel that's on your shirt. What the hell? You have squirrel shirts? Dude.
This is not a Thailand Rob squirrel shirt. This was a shirt that was given to me by a subscriber a couple of years ago.
Nice.
And it got the squirrel. Well, I started the squirrel thing, years ago.
Yeah.
So then it's just become. Can you see the squirrel?
No, I can't. You're on half. Bring it over. Put it. In fact, put it in front of your face and make a T-shirt of that.
I need to get it a stand to sit on.
Yep, you do. Actually, you need to mill one yourself.
Do what? Where the hell's the camera? There it is. What? You can hide the.
Just put it right in front of you. There's no because we're sharing the screen. There you go.
There we go.
Look at that lighting. Too.
He's got look at the light on him, man. Here, let me tone that down a little bit.
Yes.
Now I'm going to be your color. Here we go. Both
Nobody
in the dark.
The only. What's crazy is this side of my face. That's actually the one with my silly light box on it, and this is like the natural light on the side. I wish I could get more natural.
Here, I want to put the squirrel where he's watching you. Here we go. People really can't see me. I got a mic and a squirrel in front of me.
Dude,
and,
this is like Caddyshack all over again. Get that thing away from me. I'm having flashbacks.
I'm actually glad that we're on your channel this time and not mine.
Why is that? Well, you don't really do live streams, right? I mean, that's not really.
I do them at night.
Oh yeah.
True story. My neighbor.
Tell him. Yeah.
Did I tell you? Okay, so
Yeah,
you guys, the last time I did a live stream, and I forget how loud my voice is, even in my own kitchen home. And you can't see it, but right next to me, we have these louvered windows, like a lot of have in Thailand. We have these louvered windows. I never thought about this, but my kitchen faces my neighbor's bedroom. So I'm doing live streams, or I'm calling my family at 3:00 in the morning, and I'm laughing, and I'm having a good old time, and I'm interacting with everybody, and I'm shaking the Coke can, and I'm.
Oh, that's right.
The next morning, at 8:00 in the morning, when I'm going to sleep, I get this loud banging on my door, and I mean, so loud that I looked out the window first. I mean, like one of those.
Wow.
When I saw it was him, I was like, "It's no problem." He goes, "Rob, please, shut your windows when you're calling your family or talking late at night."
Was this a Thai person?
No. He's a Swedish guy. He's a very nice, probably one of the nicest guys you've ever met. But he's probably had to listen to me do that for so long now, and he's just kept it in. And this was the straw that broke the camel's back. Rob and his GD live streams at 3:00 in the morning.
Well, what was funny about it is when he told me the story, it was literally like 10 minutes after he and I had just got off a phone call, right? I mean, basically the chat thing on Facebook. And, when we're on the phone together, we're quite animated and we laugh about stuff like, very loud. So when he sent it to me, I was like, oh God, I wonder if my neighbors here at the villa are going to be pissed,
Well,
so that
my kitchen, I mean, this mic changed a lot, because if I had just had the mic on the computer or a camera, there's so much echo in this room.
Right.
So my voice with the echo going straight out the window at 3:00 in the morning, when Thailand is about as quiet as it's going to get, or any country is going to be that quiet.
For sure.
The nicest Swedish guy you've ever want to meet trying to sleep. He's probably just putting a pillow over his head going, God, this man is loud.
That was, I mean, it would probably, bug me. I mean, because I go to bed at like 9:00, right?
Right. Yeah.
So that
anyway, it would have been, he could have asked it in a different way, but when you don't get any sleep, it's hard to be Mr. Congeniality.
I think it was pretty appropriate.
Hey, thanks.
I mean, that's your, I mean, dude.
Well, except for the banging on the door. He didn't have to bang on the door to make me nervous about, did I do something wrong? Who's here? You need, what's Aztec? So you need an egg carton for, no.
Yeah.
Well, I could do the egg carton thing here, but really this mic kind of fixed all that. So, or this mic, you don't like the lapel mic, really?
Okay. Well, here's the deal. Listen to, I mean, again, I'm going through a compressor and a mixer, so obviously I sound different than you, but you obviously sound better when you're on that microphone. But listen to a video with that microphone where you use it appropriately, meaning you use it up close to your face, not like 30 feet behind like this. But when you're using it, and then listen to the audio of like the last video you did with the lapel.
What I'm trying to,
it's muddy, and I get it. I have the same microphone. You have the Boa, the Boya, and I get it. It's a little muddy because it's basically meant for smartphones. Yeah. So okay. So I'm down there the 27th.
Where am I? I can't even get the wires. That Boa. The wires, they hang on everything. Anyway, whenever you get down here at the same time, Fawn is she's thinking about flying down or something. So I got to get with her. It might be the same time you're here. And then I've told you earlier, I haven't made the full decision, but I might be either going back up to Bangkok or something. I want to talk to you again, like you were talking earlier about this Air Asia multi deal. I can't seem to find the same thing, but
Oh, dude, it expired yesterday. Well, in other words, it was only available until it was only like a couple of days. But the point is that they're going to have another one, right? Because I mean,
they do it every so often.
Yeah. And, I mean, even if it was like non-COVID right now, let's face it, dude, travel between July and October, there's nobody, and that's when you get those I mean, I think I know that Cebu Pacific offers one piece of peso fares. So, I mean, you got to pay the taxes, but it's basically zero. But yeah, one of the things that Rob and I talked about, and then I figured, well, I'll just have him, be shotgun or whatever, is getting a rental car down in Phuket and cruising up to Bangkok. Because that would be kind of cool to cruise up. Now that's a question for you, dude. Because you've driven all the way down to Malaysia. I remember that video. But have you driven yeah, I know. But have you driven up the coast? Like how far north?
Yeah,
Phuket.
I have been all the way up to oh my god, Ayutthaya is one, okay. But I've went even further to the west, but I can't remember the name of that. It sounds like Suvarnabhumi, like the airport, but it's Suvarnabhumi, and it's right by the jungle, right next to the next country over. Was it Laos or Burma or Laos? Yeah. Right. Anyway, way over there.
Burma's on the left, but yeah.
So I've been on all those drives up to there. I have never been to a drive to Chiang Mai. I think that would be getting a bit far, but.
So when you went up, did you cruise through Phang Na, or did you cruise all the way over to the side?
Yeah, I've been through Phang Na.
So you went to the west. You went the west. What is it, 70 or whatever? I can't remember the freeway.
Phang Na it's not. It's there is some places over there that real private beaches that are really really nice. Yeah.
Gracie and I,
before we get
go ahead.
On this mic, let me in front of the camera. Is that right? You can see it. There we go.
Oh, you've got the different one. Okay, so you got the powered one, yeah.
So that's the problem. Maybe I didn't have it on where it says camera. On. And maybe that's why it sounded so bad.
It's gonna have a different.
I'll do a test at home.
Going to have a different pad on it, which is going to be nice because I'm sure it doesn't need phantom power. But Nico Greco says, Mike, with you soon. Just finished watching a video from Overstay Road. Good to know. What was the other one that I wanted to? Oh, there we go. I wanted to show you this one. As for gratitude, while you have Rob, I really enjoyed donating food and getting to see it handed out. Appreciate it. Right on, Rob. That was awesome.
Oh, thank you.
You doing that anymore?
I did I did food handed out here all over. Now they have pretty much stopped it here.
Yeah.
I think they've also stopped it in Pattaya, but I can't confirm that because I haven't talked to them over there. But I was working with people doing food all over the place here and even in Pattaya because there was just so much to do and people were posting everything, and I was just trying to help whatever I could help out, and did. And I even last week, people that I personally know, there would just a couple of people would walk into 7-Eleven, and I just run in and pay for whatever they got and run back out.
Yeah,
just little stuff like that. But that's just to make me feel good. But yeah, most of the food stuff is that's pretty much done. At least over here, I can't speak. I don't know. I haven't looked at anywhere else yet.
Yeah, I mean, I was amazed because remember how you and I talked? I said, "Hey, we should do something, Bangkok," and then literally, within a week after that conversation, which was probably over a month ago, it stopped in Bangkok. They used to be out the street, just like Lina, and it's not there anymore. So I'm not quite sure what they did. I mean, again, where I live, you could argue, okay, well, now that the Thais can go outdoors, then all of those little restaurants are going to open up because the Thais are the only ones that go to them anyway. And so, I mean, all of that sort of commerce began happening here. You are in tourist central. And if it's anything, I mean, certainly Bangla, right? I mean, that whole place must be a total ghost town. But it's interesting because when I was in Samui, the big beach over there, right? The most popular or the big tourist beach is Chawang Beach. And it's basically, hotels, bars, nightclubs, that sort of thing on the street. And then on the other side of behind them is the beach. So I'm driving down there and I drove past 4 7-Elevens that were all closed. Blew me. Yeah. One is one thing.
Closed or remodeling?
No, dude, I mean, that's because literally the only people I saw on the street were construction workers, and I was driving around. And but I mean, like Central was open. They have this mall there, but it was like it was open in the sense there was a guard in front that would let people in. But when no one was going, most of the shops were closed. But I went through 7-Eleven. I thought, okay, well, man, maybe they're like remodeling or whatever kind of thing. And then the second one, and I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. That's two. And then a third one and a fourth one. I'm going, dude, literally everyone left because the people that work there, they're Thai, like you've experienced. They get on a bus and they go up to the northern country. They go back home, right? And then the tourists are non-existent.
I mean, of course, like you said, we've had the 3-day well, hell, I haven't been out of the house in 3 days, but that was another reason why I didn't feel like jumping out of here and trying to make a video, because it was we're on a 3/4 day holiday, Buddha Lent, and bars are closed. Restaurants are still open, but like technical bars and stuff. But what I was going to say to what you said was, there are locals. When I see the people sitting in the bars that are open here, the few bars that have opened, I know I don't go in them a lot. Well, I haven't since the reopening, but I know it's the guys that live here. It's the same ones that have been here or have been stranded here the whole time. But most of the people, as soon as they could get out of here, they did. And so now it's just really, really quiet, and everyone's just depending on their regulars. Like if a bar has a regular, they just keep it going as long as they can.
So you're the regular for like Danny's, right? Obviously.
Yeah. And Boomers.
Is Grill Bill open, or did they not bother?
Grill Bill's open. They close on Sundays, but they're open. So hopefully I'll be out tonight, because I feel 1,000,000% better right now. So I'm going to try to go out and say hey to everybody, because everyone was calling me to see if I was still alive.
So did you get the COVID test? I mean, I'm not joking. Like, I mean, were you maybe I have? Yeah.
No. It was severe dehydration, and I don't want to get gross with anybody, but I didn't pee for 2 days. I'm sitting at home drinking 1.5 liters of
Gatorade, which is necessary. But I mean, dude, look at. Oh yeah, I love that.
And didn't pee for 2 days.
I mean, look, I know you drink beer, but I mean, look I've consumed more beer than, and so I mean that'll dehydrate you. But at the end of the day, there is water in beer. I mean, you can survive on that. I mean, even if you were like, how did you dehydrate yourself that significantly?
This has been a problem with me the whole time I've been in Thailand. And by the way, Joseph, thank you for commenting on the eye. That's a whole nother issue. I know it looks better, but it's not completely healed. It's something that I got to go to the doctor and have taken off, lanced off, or whatever.
Lanced? But you can have it lanced?
Yeah, I gotta have it lanced, but it can't go to a dermatologist, because the dermatologist says it's too close to your eye. So what you gotta do is you gotta go to the eye doctor. So now you have 2 doctors.
Yeah, but then you gotta have it lanced.
You gotta have it lanced.
Anyway,
dehydration has been a problem with me the whole time I've lived in Thailand, because I do drink water, but when I get going and I'm drinking with friends at the restaurants or a bar or something like that, I forget to drink the water. I don't order a water with it, which I should, but I don't. And then when I get home, Nico Greco, there you go.
Absolutely. I was going to address that. Yeah. Because I don't have a can to shake, right? So I wasn't going to interrupt you. But Nico Greco, thank you. Here's why Nico Greco is awesome. He is the first person to ever give me any money. And him and Brian were the first 2 guys. And because when you and I were on and we hit the 1,000, right? And then I was able to actually take in money. So that was pretty cool. I was able to do that. And thank you, Nico. I mean, I'm really honored, dude. You haven't been to the live streams, or to be fair, I haven't done any in a while. So that's really good. Mike and Rob, any idea when U.S. tourists can visit Thailand? Philippines looks unlikely. I need accommodations near the beach, $600 a month. Well, the whole accommodations for $600 a month near the beach, that's easy. You can do that in Samui, dude, where I just was. It was,
you know, $600 a month. Good God.
Oh yeah, that's a ton of cash, dude. That's a lot of money.
That's 4 houses.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends where you live, but yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, if you're Phuket, is not cheap, but yeah, you could find places for sure.
No, not in Phuket. In Phuket, that's two houses.
Mm-hmm. Well, near the beach, right? Yeah. You live near the beach. I would want to live on the beach, right? Which is overpriced.
Yeah, it's here. Well, I can't speak for Patong, but here it's very overpriced because we have very little homes that are actually on the beach. Very few in Camelot, and we call it Millionaire's Mile because they have that one stretch. They own it all. So
right. Actually, to his, I read it incorrectly because naturally, I'm a little biased, and I said, when U.S. tourists, but what he meant was when us tourists can visit Thailand. So Nico, at the end of I believe you're from Australia. Do you know Nico Grieco? I think he's from Australia. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I mean, I don't know him well, but I know him definitely from here.
From the channel. Yeah. And it says $, so that means Australian dollars. But anyway, the point is that you're from Australia. So Australia and New Zealand, you guys are going to be able to come over here a lot sooner than any of Rob and my friends from the United States that are diseased. So I would say, and I definitely want Rob's opinion on this. I would say that no later than October, you can probably come in. What do you think, Rob? You think even maybe September?
Yeah, I think my push date is November, but
okay,
we're in July. It's not going to happen this month, but when it happens, it's going to happen so abruptly. It's just going to be announced like on a Tuesday. It's just going to be boom, it's open. We're open again. It's just the way it happens over here. There's all these people that I hang out with and talk to, or I listen to. That's all they talk about, day in and day out. Opening, closing, COVID. Nothing is changing, but that's all they got to talk about.
No, I know. Yeah,
and we just never have a clue.
Yeah, and I think that's I mean, we're used to it, right? Or at least you are probably. I have become used to it. And the other thing too is that he's actually the Tuesday that he mentioned. I know that was sort of tongue in cheek, but also usually it's Wednesday because usually Tuesday is when they have cabinet meetings.
Yeah, Tuesday's the cabinet meeting.
Yeah, and then it'll usually get announced. And then now, do you have any? So I have a guy that reached out to me, and he's over in the Philippines, and it's one of those deals where he's been there long enough, and he's redone the thing long enough where he literally has to leave, and he's got because it's like a 3-year deal, and he's got to leave and then come back in. Do you have any buddies that have to leave? And in fact, Rike's here, so we can ask him too. Do you have any buddies that have to leave Thailand? I mean, they're up against it. They can't even pay their way around getting a new.
I have people that I have people that are contacting agents. The only person that has told me they had to leave because their country pulled them out. His business. He said, we're not going to let you stay in Thailand anymore. You got to go. But people that are over here, immigration has been working really well with extensions. And so even on July 31st, you could probably get another 30 days. I can't swear on that, or something maybe. But no one's been forced to leave other than having definitely to go back to their own country or be pulled back by their own jobs or something of that nature over here.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, Rike, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Now I was just adjusting a couple things here. I accidentally had YouTube and StreamYard running same time. I was like, why am I getting an echo?
You should bring up the Facebook channel. We'll get them all in there, dude. That would be
yeah.
And I can't see you. I assume that's by design, right? You don't have.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I woke up actually about 2 hours ago, but after answering messages and updating the Everything Asia site and just different stuff. My hair's all whacked, so I'm looking all goofy.
Well, you're gonna get a lot of sympathy from Rob and I. I mean, look at us.
Well, you were just mentioning about how, I mean, and I'm in the same position that as a vlogger, there's only so much stuff we can really cover because we can't be out running around. And I mean, you get to run around and goof off. You get to jump on a train and see the monkeys.
Well, I could also talk for 9 hours straight too.
Yeah, so you got it all covered. But majority of us, especially here in Philippines, we're usually hey, another waterfall, another beach, whatever. Can't do that. So I did a video last night about all the places that Americans can go to right now, they can check it out at my site. And then this morning, here's a funny thing. Right after doing that video last night, I wake up this morning and a viewer sent me a link, and I put it in here earlier, about Costa Rica. Now, I had considered Costa Rica before going to Vietnam, only because my ex-wife had gone to Puerto Rico, which every time I think of Puerto Rico, I think of Costa Rica.
Then you think of your ex-wife, it's all downhill from there.
Yeah, you know, so I thought, well, if she's in Puerto Rico, then I'll go to Costa Rica. So, you know, so anyways, but I looked at their video, and again, the link's up there. I posted it here on your thing earlier. And maybe after the show they can check it out. But, you know, Costa Rica and Puerto Rico, being as how they're U.S., I guess, U.S. territories or something. And I don't know, it's got, even though I'm not really big on a place like Mexico or Colombia, because, you know, I'm already used to the whole Mexican food thing, had plenty of that. But I still find places like Puerto Rico and Costa Rica interesting because aside from the whole Latin culture, I like the idea that it still looks tropical, like really tropical.
Yeah.
And, you know, even though I'm not a dancer, I like a culture that enjoys music and dance, you know. I mean, it's great to just sit there and have a drink and just, you know, watch the women dance, you know. I mean, it's just, you know, it's a neat culture to be a part of. And with the way things are going in the Philippines, I'm kind of stuck in a hard place because, you know, I'm with V and I want to stay with her. You know, we're doing fantastic. So I've already told her I don't want to go anywhere without her. And so here's the thing, whether it's Vietnam, who knows, maybe when things open up, Costa Rica, wherever we go, we're both going to be the foreigners. So, you know, long term, when it comes to, okay, let's get a house, let's settle down, and then when I'm gone, is she going to be okay in Vietnam or Costa Rica? She'll probably be more comfortable here in Philippines,
right?
You know, so I'm trying to weigh out the short-term plan, which could be 10 years, versus the long-term end game. You know, end game looks to me more like it's going to land me in the Philippines. Long-term would be, you know, maybe somewhere else that we could enjoy just for as long as we can enjoy it.
So it's interesting because I've looked at, you know, Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, that sort of thing. Gracie's actually been to, she's been to Puerto Rico. She's also been to Nicaragua and down there before, and that was long before I met her. So that's something that I think looks pretty good. Now, the other places, to your point, your video, which was great. Thank you for doing those sort of things, by the way. Is on there, you know, one of the first ones was like, you know, Antigua, you know, and Aruba. I mean, and Bermuda is also open because I got buddies that live over there. They're like, oh, dude, are you back seeing your folks in Boston? You should come over to Bermuda because I mean, that is one of the most expensive places in the world.
I did give a forewarning. Some of these are pricey.
Absolutely, yeah. Just before you, so I have that video up. You want me to play it, or is there like music in it? Is a copy strike?
No, there's no music or anything in it. I think it's like something like 11 minutes long or something.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me see. Is there like a special spot you wanted to show?
No, actually, you could just show maybe the first 3 minutes because after that, I kind of got into places like Croatia and Nairobi and
not your video. I meant the one you were sharing.
The one that I shared. Yeah. Actually, the first 4 minutes maybe, because then they go into it's actually a full episode. But they really give the gist of it in the intro, like the first 3 minutes.
All right, awesome. Let me check it out here.
Than where I was living in the States. Meet Rob and Nadine, worn down chiropractors who escaped the rat race and ran off to Costa Rica.
We said, if we're going to do this, let's keep it all on. When we came here, the people are really friendly.
There was no going back at that point. So the only way to make this work was going to be on a budget.
They found ways to live well on very little money.
This little baby is $6 a month on gas.
In their adopted beach towns, they discovered what was really important to them.
There goes my music copyright strike.
The activity and the exercise that we enjoy, but everywhere around us, it's beautiful.
We may as well play some Van Halen.
Along with their changing lifestyle,
Absolutely,
new
AC/DC.
As
Yeah.
my journey unfolded, that's when all this energy came, and so did the book.
and a true appreciation of life and each other.
We were tossed into a whole new life. It was like being children again. And we kind of just rediscovered ourselves and rediscovered each other.
So that pretty much gives you the whole gist
Okay.
of, again, they can check out the rest of it later, but
Yeah, for
Um,
sure. That's cool.
yeah, I mean, tropical, relaxing. Now they said their budget was about $1,400 US dollars a month for the two of them.
That's wow for two of them. That's good for them. I mean, but are they? You know, I mean, look, you can live in the United States for $1,400. I mean, you just
Yeah,
you know,
and they do show later in the video they're shopping at the local mercados. They're cooking
Okay.
their own food, so they're not doing the usual like you would do in Makati. You know, heading down to TGIF every other night. You know, they're not doing
right. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I mean, and again, that's what I think a lot of people that watch, our streams, each of us, me, Rob, you, they're like, oh, I mean, I'm not even Rob,
that.
is, I'm not going to go to Pizza Hut every weekend, right? I mean, I don't
Right.
come here for that, kind of thing. So yeah, that should be interesting. I actually have seen that video. I don't know whether they probably got, 1 million views on it or something like that. Because like you were saying, they have a show, right? So it's like an
Yeah,
episode.
it's a regular cable show. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, oh my God, Nico, dude, what are you doing? You were just like all up in here, dude. If I'm like missing your comments because you're not paying me, you don't need to pay me. I'm happy to take your money. Thank you very much. I'm honored by the super chat. But if I'm like randomly ignoring you, I genuinely apologize. That said, Nico asks, Rike, Rob, and Mike, I had a real estate agent quote me 12 million pesos to buy a condo in Cebu IT Park, 54 square meters. Rike, your thoughts on agents scamming us? Well, I'll tell you right now. I mean, anyone can scam you. Okay, so I'll
Yeah,
just throw
that's
that
true.
out there.
Well,
But,
I guess I'll preface with saying, I for 2 years there in California, I was a realtor, and here's the tricky part, when you're a realtor or an agent, real estate agent like here in the Philippines, is that obviously you're getting paid on commission, so you're always going to push. Even though they say, well, I'm just looking for a 1-bedroom studio. Okay, well, let's first look at these 2-bedroom studios. Just, let's just, you're not committed to anything, but, you're all, because your commission is based on the sale.
sure.
So they're always, it's very rare you get an agent who truly listens to what you're saying and is going to give you what you want. The smart ones do that and make it up on volume. But most agents, they're going to push you towards the most expensive listing they got first. So there's that. Whether you can call that scamming or just self-interest, I don't know. The other part is I do have a video somewhere in there. Maybe I'll post it in the notes later here on your channel. But I did do an entire 20-30 minutes on my thoughts about condos. And here's what it basically boils down to. If you're looking at a condo, you first have to ask yourself, do I ever plan on having kids involved in my life here in the Philippines? If it's just going to be you or you and your girlfriend, a condo is great. But if there's going to be babies later, well, now the condo is really, it's not practical.
Yeah.
And then guys, good luck selling it. And then, I've had guys that said, when we move out and go get a house for us and the kids, we'll rent out, we'll Airbnb the condo. Yeah. Well, all you have to do is look at all the construction. There is a glut of condos being built. So good luck on as far as inventory. Plenty of inventory around. The other problem is that some of the condo units, the I don't want to call it an HOA, but basically the management of the condo units, they've been getting together and having votes and saying, okay, we don't want anybody in this building from Airbnb unless they're staying 6 months or more.
Yeah, I understand that.
So they don't want people in and out, in and out. So the idea of renting out the condo when you're not using it, you'll be lucky if you get it maybe 20% of the time. And there's some guys that right now, their condo building says, okay, you can have Airbnb for, 5 days if you want.
Okay.
But the success stories versus the long-term plan. More and more of these condos are going to be pushing Airbnb out. That's what I see. So so I would say, to wrap it all up, if you're going to buy a condo, it's because you've either decided to be a confirmed bachelor the rest of your life, or you're going to be with a woman whose kids are grown up, or she never had kids, doesn't want kids, and it's just going to be the two of you in that condo, as a home base.
Right.
But once you got kids involved, nah, it's just not even practical. They'll drive you nuts in a little condo.
Well, actually, you didn't have to put the condo part. Once you start, they'll drive you nuts. Now, Rob, you were typing in the comments that you think it's cheaper to rent, and I completely agree with you. And I was having this discussion actually with Caesar yesterday, because but you don't own real estate, and you're building equity. It's like, yeah, but my ante to get into that condo is the cost of the condo, effectively.
Right.
And I can take that money, and my God, in the last month I'm up 12% just with my Amazon stock. Good luck doing that with a condo, dude. But anyway, Rob, I do want to get your take on this.
Well, yeah, what they do most of the time over here that I've seen is you have the two type of people. You've got the one that they were born and raised that buying is always better. It's an investment.
Americans,
yeah.
There's just people not only Americans, and also they push them over here as an investment. For the first 5 years, you're guaranteed this return and everything. Yeah. Until that company or something goes under, you're guaranteed, or something goes default. Has anyone ever seen the Ghost Tower in Bangkok? Yeah, that was a good investment. It's still a good investment because it's still sitting there.
There's more YouTubers that go there than people that want to buy it.
Absolutely, but the math doesn't make sense. If you can rent a nice home, let's just say for 30,000 baht a month, and that's a nice place.
Yeah.
Even here in Phuket, you can get a nice place. And do the math. Do your age and say you're going to live to 100. Just do the math. It doesn't make sense to put your money. Now, here's what people do, though, and I will say this. If you want to buy it for your girlfriend or your wife, you want to just give it away to them, fine. That's fair. You could do that.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that, yeah.
A lot of people ask me that. They're like, well, are you going to buy? And traditionally they're Americans, right? So that's kind of why I said that. But at the end of the day, I understand that. Like, I grew up, and this is probably all the same with you guys too. I grew up, and it was like, my parents, we owned our house, okay? And so like I moved to Southern California, and then of course, every day pretty much before 2009, everyone was like, I should totally buy real estate. I should have real estate. It's something that I physically own, and do this. And of course I can refi it every 5 years because my property is going to increase in value 25% year over year for the rest of my life. So I'm good. And, and then of course that came crashing down. And, I didn't sell my house until 2013, I think. But like a couple of guys have mentioned here in the comments, it's like, oh my God, I'm so free. I can just grab my bag. If I had to leave this condo right now, I'm on a year lease. And then let's say, she couldn't negotiate it. I had to basically pay her for the remaining 6 months. And I find a better condo in Da Nang or something like that. I'm like, okay, whatever. Yeah, here's 72,000 baht. It hurt, but it's not the rest of the world. Versus, oh my God, I have to find a realtor to try and sell my condo in Bangkok. Forget it, dude. That is a 3-year commitment,
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, and the other thing too is you mentioned sometimes the development company, they're all hands on the first couple of years, because they want to get this thing occupied. But then you jump forward, say 5 years, and next thing you know, maybe somebody, the pool that's upstairs from your place is leaking through the roof or whatever.
Yeah,
it's like, good luck. They've already sold all their interest away to someone else who just wants it as a money income. Yeah. They don't care. And so, like this one guy I know, fortunately, he rented a condo up in Baguio. And then it was great. It was fantastic until the rainy season came. And all of a sudden, there's like a light layer of water seeping through the cement. And then there's, drips. And then that's not counting the 2-3 feet of water he has to walk through just to get to the front entrance. Okay, or the fact that the underground parking's garage is now 1 foot deep in water. Okay,
Awesome.
he was so glad. He kept telling himself, "I'm so glad I rent this place." He goes, "When this rain ends, I'm out of here. I'm done. I can walk away from it." But when you, like you said, when you buy it, man, you're married to it. You know?
I have air conditioner in the living room, air conditioner in the bedroom, right? So I go into the bedroom the other day, the thing's kind of squeaking. I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird. I look up. It needs, have the fan inside of these air conditioners, just like basically a round tube and just, So I call up the lady and I said, hey, someone's going to need to take. She said, okay, we'll take pictures. So I take pictures of the broken thing. And she's like, okay, well, they'll be there on Friday to, and I'm like, well, I may or may not be here. I may go down at the Koh Larn or something like that. Can I just give you the key? Yes. And this is going to be none of my time and no money out of my pocket. Mm-hmm. And come on. I've owned houses. My mom used to always say this. Every time something would go wrong with my house, she'd be like, well, houses are very patient. Because they sit around and they wait. Oh, yeah, $300, $1,200. Your air conditioner gets $1,700. It's just like, But I can completely appreciate the fact that when I sold my house in 2013, I got a lot more money than I had when I bought it in 1999. Mm-hmm. However, I had to, that money was somewhere during the whole time. So yes, there was an increase in equity and it was good timing. I probably should have sold it. I sold it for $475 in 2013. I could have sold it for $675 in 2007. But again, timing's everything, right? But I like the freedom, like you guys were talking about.
Yeah. You can just pick up and with the whole owning a home thing, I do believe it does make sense if you start early in life, because it's an investment you probably will see appreciation on 10, 15, 20 years later. But most of us guys, are here in our 50s and up. We're not really looking at a 20-year investment. Right. We're looking at more. Our time and our freedom is worth more. Now getting back to the thing you mentioned earlier about me, I've said many times on my videos, if you're going to be with a younger Filipina and you're going to get married, have a commitment, the math says you're going to, drop out of the scene first. Well, then, buy her a house so she has some security, consider it your gift to her. It's not an investment. It's not a joint ownership even. It's something you're getting for her for after you're gone.
Right.
But buying, if I'm a single guy, okay, and I've made it up in my mind, I'm going to be a bachelor the rest of my life. No more raising kids. No more even being married. Just have a girlfriend every 3 months, 6 months at a time. If that's the idea I had for myself, I'm not saying it is, but if I was a committed bachelor guy, it makes zero logic, reason, or sense to go out and buy some house when, you said, you could take that money. You can find other ways to invest it better than buying a house in a foreign country.
Amazon.
Yes. Their stock is, it's in an all-time high. But again, they've cornered the market in the United States, okay? But there's plenty of other parts of the world that Amazon is not the default. I buy my stuff online. I wish I could use Amazon and use my Prime here. And in Singapore, you can kind of do that. But Southeast Asia, my God, ASEAN, it's 600 million people that don't use Amazon. So they're good.
Well, and that was the thing when I was in the market, Alibaba came out and they're huge. But I've never ordered from them, but they're huge. But
you've ordered from Lazada, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've ordered
Alibaba. They own them.
Lazada.
Yeah, right. They also own AliExpress.
Yeah, I order so much stuff from Lazada. As a matter of fact, that the microphone that you were looking at a minute ago, it came from America, but I bought it through Lazada. Mm-hmm. So I just had to pay extra a little for the shipping, but they would, but nothing lasts forever. Remember Sears and Roebuck?
Oh, jeez.
I remember it as Sears. I didn't have an outhouse with the manual in it. So Roebuck.
J.C. Penney's, man.
Yeah, I know. All of that. It's just
Blockbuster Video.
They cratered, right? But then, of course, there's Target, and they're killing it, right? They're doing...
Well, that's the thing. Okay, so in America right now, you got your Walmart for men, basically, and other and Target, which is like the very nice version of Walmart. In principle, we have everything that they have, pretty much, only nicer, prettier, more home instead of hardware. So, those companies are doing great, but there's another one on the way. I don't know the name of it right now, but I know they're doing it. You know, and Amazon is still, as of right now, nothing is more fun than to get that little box from the UPS guy over in America right now. Just drops it. Don't even knock on the door anymore. He's so busy. He just drops it and runs.
If the neighbor doesn't get it first.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you have a Ring, right, with the camera.
Yeah.
But I mean, look at. It's the only reason the United States Postal Service is in business on Sundays. I mean, otherwise their trucks would be sitting in parking lots. I don't know about you guys, but where I live, and I was getting 2-hour delivery from Amazon Prime in Coronado. They had a warehouse that was in San Diego, Kearny Mesa area that had the majority of the common products, and you could get them. I mean, I literally have ordered like hard drives, bam, 45 minutes. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And because of course right, we don't have what they have here, which is like Grab and that sort of thing. They can now, Greek in the Philippines. Do you use Grab? I mean, obviously for food, yes, but do you use it to like go get something, like as a delivery service? Like, hey, dude, can you go pick this thing up for me that I just ordered at like the local hardware store?
I haven't used it, but I know they have that service. I just usually ordered stuff when I did, which is not often, from LBC, and they'll actually get in. What they do is they don't come to your address; they get in the vicinity, and then they call you, and then they'll meet you at the mall or wherever you're at.
Oh, okay.
So but Grab is the same kind of service. You can have it delivered, But I never really used it much. Like I said, I just use LBC the few times I ordered stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ernest says that he likes Target for their transgender bathrooms. I can go into whatever door I want. Yeah, there's never a line. Just whatever mood you're in. I was thinking about that the other day. I was in the restroom and I was thinking about, as a lady boy, that must be amazing because essentially you can go into either one,
whichever has the shortest line.
Yes. I mean, at an IT conference, they'd oh my God, she's living the dream.
Now, when I'm bouncing through airports, especially, I'll go in, and here's how I look at it: is if that huge handicap stall suite is available, there's nobody else there, I take it. I mean, it's like there's no other handicapped person waiting around for it. I may as well enjoy the luxury,
Dude,
Not to take away from the bathroom conversations that we're having here. But going back to Bangkok and Pattaya, and probably down in Phuket town, Tops Market, they deliver almost everything.
Yeah.
Almost. I mean, I had a case of beer sent to me.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oh, Big C. Big C delivers too.
See, there we go. We don't have to leave the house. We're going to be like fat Americans over here.
I'll tell you. So Gracie, she goes home, right? And she had to quarantine for 14 days. And I thought, well, you know what? I'll just hang out here and I'll try this quarantine thing and like see what it feels like. Because I'm like, okay, the condo's not disgusting. I've got everything I need. I just can't go outdoors. I would prefer to. So I'm like, fine, I'll stay here for 14 days. And I got online, Rob, and to your point, like literally it costs me more money to go get my groceries than have it delivered. They deliver for 60 baht. If I have to take the BTS there and back, essentially I'm going to pay 60 baht. Cheaper to sit on my ass.
It's absolutely true. I am so glad that Thailand hasn't caught up. Okay, so when I first got to Thailand, here was something that was someone told me this, and now I reiterate it. The Thai people do not invest in their time. There's not a monetary value to their time. It's what the products are. If you go get your motorbike tire changed, he raises the price and makes his 25% on the tire. He doesn't charge you for the disposal of yours. He doesn't charge you if he had to go and get a second tire because he got the wrong one the first time. So delivery and stuff like that.
Turns like one wrench, he literally won't charge you.
Yeah. When I went to Bangkok Hospital, walked in literally with the eye. Bangkok Hospital, which is not a cheap hospital, walked in, went to the dermatologist. She looked at me and said, it's too close to your eye. I'd rather you look at the eye doctor first. And she said, no charge. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
That's unheard of, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Well,
it's doctor's time. You took some doctor's time away from somebody else. And the hospital will be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We have administrative time. Yeah, I mean, it's a different. What about
I was going to say, actually, in Vietnam, I had the misfortune of getting 2 flat tires while riding my bike around. But both times, well, the first time it happened, I was 1 block away from a galvanizer, a tire shop. And the other time it went flat, it actually went flat in front of the tire place. Who knows? Maybe they put nails there. I don't know. Anyways, the point being that I go in there, and like you said, he charged me for whatever profit he made on the tire. And I was like, okay, well, what do I owe you for your time?
Right.
And he's like, well, what country do you come from? I mean, you know, I'm making money on the tire. You want me to rip you off more? So in Vietnam, same thing. They aren't charging for the time. I did have many times that I pull over and I just wanted to, you know, beef up the pressure in my tire, and or I would actually have them check the oil. And if it didn't need oil, they just like, okay, you know, bye, you know, like no charge, no nothing. And it's like I would hand them, you know, basically the equivalent of 50 cents just to put air in my tires. Totally. And he's just constantly looking at me like, what's this for? You know? And so I feel guilty because it's like, hey, you know, I don't want to take advantage of the guy. He's got a air compressor. He's running a business. Yeah. You know, but yeah, you're right. They value the transaction more than the exchange of the value of their time,
which I love.
From our Western minds, right? Especially, it was really hard for Gracie to understand that there is a minimum amount of money that businesses have to pay you in the United States. So we're in Southern California, and I said, well, no, minimum wage here is $15 an hour. And she's like, an hour? Yeah. I'm like, yeah. And she's like, oh, and so we went to, maybe, I don't know if you guys had this in your parts of but maybe you saw it when you were back here. Massage Envy, right? It was that chain of massage places. I think you probably saw it, Rike, when you were back here. Maybe you saw it too, Rob.
Hello, work there.
You worked at Massage Envy?
Not Envy, but I worked at Massage Heights. It's a copycat. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So my point is that, of course, as far as Gracie's concerned, she was a massage therapist in Boracay, right? And so she has the certification. She's working this ridiculously overpriced, from our perspective, you know, massage. And so we get there, and she's like, okay, so what happens when the girls are like not? I said, no. They're making $15 an hour. That's it. And then they get tips, of course. But they don't get 100 baht of the thing kind of thing. And she's like, wait a minute. So you telling me if they're sitting there and they're not massaging someone, they're getting paid $15 an hour? I'm like, yeah. And
but what she does, what you guys don't know is that you have to work. You're still in the back working. You're doing laundry. You're doing cleaning up. Yeah. But you're only getting paid like in Florida. It was $9 an hour. And when you did the massage, out of the 50 that you paid, I think it's $49.95 or something like that. I think the therapist gets 20 or 22. That's included with the 9. So they don't add the 9 and the 22. It's just 22. So what you want to do is you want to be booked all day so you don't have to clean and you don't have to do laundry in the back. You don't want to sit there and make just $9 an hour. But those are meat markets for I can only speak for Americans, because the Asians over here, I don't know how they have the stamina to do massage all day and all night.
Totally, one after.
Yeah, whereas over in America, I can speak because I did it for 6 years. Mm-hmm. It's rough,
dude. Yeah, crush your hands. 6 years.
Over in the Philippines, because I know a couple that were in the whole massage thing. They started out as what we would call an apprentice, or more like a what do they call that? A
apprentice.
Okay. Well,
training.
Apprentice. What do they call that?
Steward.
No. What was Monica Lewinsky? She was a well, among other things. Among other things, she was a intern. There we go, intern. That's the word I was. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
He was
okay. Monica Lewinsky of massage.
Yeah. So anyway, so the ones I knew, they started out as an intern. There's a segue, huh?
Dear mom, fast forward now.
Yeah. So they started out as an intern, which basically means they're going to learn how to massage, doing massages, making money for the house, but they're not getting paid.
Oh.
And then at a certain point, they're like, okay, now you know how to do massage. Now you're going to get some places 200, some places 300 pesos for the whole shift. And it's like, okay, when the guy is, the customer is done, he's going to pay the house. And aside from this 200 a day, you get whatever tip. You know, so they come out and they stand there as you're doing your transaction, and then you turn to the left, and you know. And I actually give, like, if my stated price massage in the Philippines, if it's like say 300 pesos, then I'll give 150 pesos to the girl, you know, separate, because that's basically the pay that she's depending on.
Right.
You know, is the tips. You know, because if she goes the whole day with no clients, all she gets is that 200-300 pesos for the whole day.
Yeah, that is pretty brutal. I usually probably give about 100. I know you've talked about this, Rob. Actually, the amount of money that you pay tipping in Thailand for massage, and you're a little bit less generous, I think.
Well, it depends on where it is, how much it was. Like
where the massage was, you mean?
For example, I think the last massage I ever got over here, I think it was 300 baht.
Yeah.
And I tipped 100 baht.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I normally do. That seems about right.
In the first year I was here, I wouldn't even go get a massage. But once up in Bangkok, my friends, they took me to a place, and it was like 200 baht for the Thai massage.
For Thai.
And yeah, I think I tipped like 40 baht back then.
Mm-hmm.
And for meals, if I'm eating a 60 baht meal, I'm not going to tip 100 baht on top, which some Americans would do. And no harm, no foul, but
you don't tip here. I mean, unless you're in like a Western type restaurant, I mean, most of the people aren't expecting it. Like when I was, you're in these like little places in like in your village, for example, in Kamala down there. I mean, they're not expecting a tip.
Yeah.
I mean, what about I didn't tip in the Philippines either. Were you, that's correct, right, Rike? You don't tip there.
Yeah. I did a whole video on the tipping thing, and I looked at it as, like in the Philippines, like you said, if it's like an expat tourist area, then they're expecting a tip. But most places they're not. So even in the, let's say you're in Dumaguete on the boardwalk and you hop into whether it's the Why Not or Casablanca or something, they're usually expecting a tip.
Right.
But I don't go by percentages, because if you use percentages, it really, you're practically paying like half the day's wage to this person. Yeah. Right. So what I just stuck with
I agree with that over here.
So what I stuck with was usually a 20 peso or 40 peso tip. That was usually what I worked with. Now, if somebody was really just outstanding and I was just in a good mood and whatever, okay, I'll just leave a 100 peso tip, especially if I don't have small bills in my wallet. But that's kind of rare. I mean, usually 20 to 40 pesos was about it, But yeah, it's really not expected in most places in the Philippines, especially if you're just walking into a place like Mang Inasal or something, anywhere that they expect you to like take your trash in a tray back, nobody's getting a tip.
Yeah, bust your own tables. Okay, did you guys ever have this experience? This has happened to me in Thailand as well as the Philippines. So I come over here and I'm new, right? And I believed, at least where I was staying, that you give a little bit of a tip to the person who's like cleaning your room. This is in your hotel, right? So I'm like, okay, fine. And so I'm over here and I'm in this hotel, and I wanted like an additional comforter or whatever underneath, so it would be like padded, because I'm like, oh my god, these mattresses are so hard. Now I really appreciate it because you get a good night's sleep. At the time I'm like, wait a minute, it's not pillow top. I'm not used to this. It's other So anyway, so the woman, she does this for me. So I give her 1,000 baht, which is basically 1,500 pesos. And I said, oh, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. And so then, like, the next day, she does something for me. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to be here, like, 4 or 5 days. I don't have to tip this lady every day. So I, like, give her another 1,000 baht because she, like, takes care of me. So then the next day, right, Rob's laughing. So then the next day, I come up, I asked the owner or the manager, I'm like, oh, hey, where's, whoever it was. And he's like, well, she's gone. He's like, you gave her 2,000 baht. She went home to her family for the next week.
She's on vacation.
And I'm like, well, why? How much do you normally pay her? Right, of course. And again, ignorance. Have you guys ever had an experience like that where you were just sort of like, oh yeah, well, I know Rob, right? He's going to say, yeah, it's only $20. It's only $20.
30. No.
Well, yes, I know, 30. But the phrase you use,
30. Yeah.
It's only $20. Have you guys ever done anything like that?
No, I can't. I don't know. I like I said, I just from the beginning, because I went on a pretty tight budget when I first got to the Philippines, my first year. So I was not like, Daddy Warbucks tossing money around. Although I did blow a couple $100 in a few weeks over at this really cool dance bar that was like a whole lot of fun. I was like bleeding money every time I went there.
Did you do a video on that?
Oh yeah, I did actually. Yeah, it's called the it's called no, this was on Mactan. The place was so outrageous. It finally, it's not even there anymore. Imagine an entire acre. It's called the Bump and Grind Disco Dance Club. Okay, imagine an entire acre with a huge wall, like gate. I'm not kidding. It's like a 20-foot tall gate, like to keep the Chinese out or something. I don't know. But you go in this thing. They have security and stuff. Once you're inside, it's 1 acre. They've got a swimming pool. On the one side, they have a 3-story building. The whole bottom floor is a dance club with a giant bar, all female bartenders, state-of-the-art laser sound system, all that. They got a restaurant that serves all different international foods. Second floor has karaoke. Third floor has massage. And then on the other side of the pool is a building with like 6 quickie rooms that you can rent out. And then they got a gazebo with a pool tables, like 4 pool tables. And then in the daytime, because they were pretty much open 24 hours a day, and then you could rent jet skis and just go right out into the beach. I mean, this place was awesome. I've never seen a place like this. So when I would go there, I just kept, it doesn't matter how drunk you are. This is the only time I used to get drunk, is I would go there and I'd give them, my card, and they would just run it through. I'd sign the receipt and carry off my pitcher of blue margaritas, So, of course, I had like 8 other people with me, but that's the only time that I blew money like crazy because I was hammered, which I don't do that no more. Yeah. And so my whole time in the Philippines, like I said, it's usually been a 20 to 40 peso tip, maybe 100 if the girl just seems like she could really use the money, but other than that. I just don't extravagantly tip, I just don't. And another reason I don't is because I found out most of the restaurants in the Philippines, the girl doesn't keep the tip, it goes in a communal jar. And the house takes 50% of that or more, and then they spread it out between the waitresses, the busboys, the chefs, or the cooks. So really, my big tip is not going to end up in her pocket. So 20 to 40 to me is a reasonable tip in the Philippines.
Okay, so my take on that, I've had 2 situations. One was charity, where I did sort of the same thing. There was a girl that I helped out. She was going home. I didn't get a sad story or nothing like that, but she, was a friend of a friend, and I was like, give her a couple $1,000 bucks so she goes home and everything. Next thing she posts on Facebook is her and these other girls out with these cases of beer, and they're just partying. And we all know that if you give a Thai person, I can't say all Thai people, but if you give a Thai person a lot of money at one time, their mentality is to disperse of it, and or buy gold. So that also deterred me from over tipping in the past because it just doesn't work. It's like a kid in a candy store sometimes. If you just you feel generous, you give a girl 2,000 baht, and then the next day she's broke again. And you're like, well, what'd you do with it? Well, we went
Right.
we went to eat, and these girls they'll all get a tuk-tuk here and go to Bangla Road, and they'll dance at a disco all night, spend all the money, try to get some more, come back the next day completely broke.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
and I'm like, wow, okay.
In Philippines, they call it the one-day millionaire.
Yeah.
Ah, one day millionaire.
Yeah, we get 2 week millionaire over here.
Yeah.
That's the
is
Thai person. Yeah, absolutely. No, that's hilarious. All right, Rike. So you have obviously a pretty locked down scenario over there. Like you mentioned, you can't go outdoors, that sort of thing. Rob and I can cruise around. I mean, I'm going down to Phuket. I'm going to probably go down to Pattaya tomorrow and then go over to Koh Larn. I mean, you can go outdoors and you can go to the mall and all that sort of thing. You don't need the slip anymore, right?
Well, now it's I keep thinking there's no way they can lock down things tighter than they have.
Yeah,
And they keep coming up with new ways. So I mentioned before in my other live stream that now, as of like 3 days ago, now it used to be I had my own pass with my name on it. I could come and go to the grocery store whenever I wanted. That's invalid now. Now there's 5 passes down in the lobby. So only effectively 5 people out of this whole building can leave at any given time. They have to wait till one of those 5 comes back, and then you just keep checking, and it's like, okay, now there's a pass. Come and get it before someone else does. First come, first serve. And here's the funny thing with the pass. It's a full 8.5 by 11 inch paper that's been laminated. So it's not like you can put it on a lanyard or tuck it in your pocket. You know, you're kind of like in kindergarten, you know, carrying this, you know, page of homework home, you know, and you're like, well, where do I stick this thing, you know? And so I take my backpack down and I put it in there. And then if you lose it, it's 1,000 pesos. And here's the thing: it's not like you just pay the hotel the condo the 1,000 pesos and they get it. No, you got to pay them 1,000 pesos because they laminated it. And you have to go to the hassle of hunting down the barangay captain and applying for a replacement one. So you get the hassle and the expense. So you don't want to lose it. So that's how locked down it is. And it's only good for 3 hours from the time you leave the condo. So you just got to go to the grocery store, come back. There's none of this. Like before, a month ago, it was, compared to now, it was so lax that as long as you had a barangay pass, you could meander around the area. I even saw a Japanese guy out on, you know, they have grass in front of the bank. Okay, I saw a Japanese guy there practicing his putting in front of the bank.
Okay,
and nobody said squat. Now it's like, no, sir, you can't do that. But I'm just putting. No.
All right.
Not
Well,
allowed,
is
not
this
allowed.
just Cebu? Because I mean, it's true, right? That the Philippines believes that Cebu is the epicenter. That's the report I heard. Is that accurate?
Yeah. The recent update from Duterte, which was done at the end of the month, he basically said, well, everybody else is, there's a list. Again, I did a video about that. There's a list of about 40 places that are on GCQ. Then there's a smaller list that's on MGCQ, which is even lower, more lax. But the majority of the Philippines is basically on what's called low risk, like it's almost a non-existent quarantine. So, but Cebu City is the one and only location now that is on enhanced quarantine.
More than Manila? There's more.
In fact, Manila got downgraded, and 6 weeks ago it was the opposite. Cebu had really low numbers. Manila and Cavite and Laguna were the hot spot. And here it is 6 weeks later. Cebu City is the only place on ECQ in the entire Philippines. And Manila, they're already opening the bars and the massage and the restaurants. That's all on GCQ now. So it's been a really weird, strange turn of events.
Because, I mean, Gracie's obviously in the province, right? But she can go to sort of the next province. So she's in Hamandan. She can cruise over to Mambusao. She can go over to Rojas and all this. Does that mean that, I mean, essentially, with the exception of Cebu, like, you're going to be able to do some travel, though the rest of the Philippines is going to be able to do some travel? And then second question is, what are they doing to fix this? I mean, are they just keeping people indoors? Is that their reaction? They're like, oh, no. 2 weeks from now, we'll have this many.
Yeah, well, on the first part, yes, you can now do traveling, like say to Iloilo or Dumaguete. You can take planes, you can take ferries, but there's about 6 items you got to take care of as far as having a negative COVID test. It has to be within a certain number of days. And here's the weird one. I just posted this at my MeWe. It's like something out of the Twilight Zone. If you want to go to Dumaguete, one of their requirements is that you get a pre-approval to arrive in Dumaguete.
Okay.
So how do you get this pre-approval before you get to Dumaguete if the place you get it at is in Dumaguete?
Where are you supposed to get it from? Like the airport or your hotel?
They don't explain. They just say you need a pre-approval to come, and it's like, well, what? You got a fancy website that works where I can get this?
Yeah.
No. So right now, travel, whether they state it as or not, it's really essential travel.
Yeah.
It's not tourism leisure travel because it's such a pain in the ass. It's to get all these requirements done. Now, on the second part, what are they doing to fix this? Right now, the approach has been more of, I talked to this one expat who, for whatever, says he's got kind of an inside track, whatever. But I look at the news and I see it validates what he said, which is that the decisions being made in Cebu City have had more input from the military than from the physicians and doctors and medical field. They had this guy, I forget his name. He's basically, there's the IATF, which is pretty high up there. This guy is a military commander above the IATF, and he was here in Cebu City last week before the new regulations got passed. And they handled it pretty much like a military operation. They said, okay, you've got all these quarantine passes floating around with no names on them. People are exchanging them. People are out running in the streets, dogs and cats living with each other. This has to stop. So he said, we're invalidating all those passes, and they came up with the system they have now, 5 passes for a whole building. Okay? So like, as far as what they're doing to fix it, they're taking a military approach, not really a let's look at the numbers, intellectual, medical approach. And so here's the thing is that, as I mentioned before, something's got to give. Because this stuff, we as foreigners, it's kind of just an inconvenience. We've got money coming in, we can buy our food, but these people, they haven't been at work in 2 months. I mean, they're really hurting. They're stuck in a place where you can't just reach out and grab a mango off the tree. This is Cebu City. So these people are really hurting. So I don't know how much longer they can sustain, this. And the only glimmer of hope is that they've been discussing, again, this is the intellectual group, not the military. They've been talking about a new quarantine called a granular quarantine. In other words, rather than quarantining all of Cebu City, just quarantine the few blocks that are having the highest number of cases. Because it's those people. I've been in one of them. One of them is near here over at Landers. I have videos where I've gone there, and it's real tight, kind of like you see in Vietnam, real tight streets, and there's like one water pump everybody's borrowing from, and pretty much everybody's on the same electrical wire. I mean, it's really tight living. And that's where the COVID cases are happening. So this idea of granular quarantine is really going to suck for them, but it's the only way that they can let the rest of Cebu City get back to just, a GCQ. So that's the state of things right now.
So as you might guess, I've got a bias to getting Gracie over here. And as you also might guess, I have zero desire to go to the Philippines, because if for no other reason than, the medical care here in Bangkok is just so killer. I can't leave it, right? If I, however, heaven forbid, would ever need that. But for her, she's like, well, look, as soon as I can get out of here and into Thailand, she believes that once she can get out, she can get back into the Philippines, and then she'll just potentially have to quarantine for 14 days because she believes that she could probably get into Manila, fly into Manila if international flights were available, and then fly back down to like Rojas or something like that. So,
Yeah,
but
that's
I mean,
more of a possibility now. And the quarantine is at a place of your choosing. It's not like before where they said, okay, you sit in this barge off the coast or some abandoned hotel. You know, now you can pick where you want to quarantine, self-quarantine.
well, she was able to pick her house before, and the interesting thing about it is that like about once every 2 or 3 days, they brought her, you know, those big blue jugs they have of like, you know, drinking water in the Philippines. Yeah. So they would bring her one of those, you know, with like the seal, the tape on the top of it. And then they would bring her like a box, obviously noodles, right? But also like fresh vegetables. And I'm like, dude, she lives on a farm. Like, you know that hers are better than yours, bro. And I was just like, but again, you know, it just sort of, I mean, I get it. They're doing the best they can, you know, but again, compared to like, at least the way I think, and it seems like you as well, the logic that we go through, it's like, man, you guys are really blowing this. Rob has his squirrel out, Rike. I don't know if you can see.
That didn't sound right. That didn't sound right.
Come on.
I think I saw his cousin on Caddyshack.
Yeah, you see? Exactly. You get me. There you go, dude. I'm right there with you.
You see, as you talk, you can listen to both. Yeah, you're like, what?
I mean, this is like the Brady Bunch, right? It's just that, you know, it's just like this is the He-Man Woman Haters Club.
Well, in Gracie's situation, because she has done travel, you know, you guys have gone traveling around together. She's got it on her passport and stuff.
Right.
I would say in her particular case, she would have it the easiest of any Filipina to get in and out of the Philippines. It's the Filipinas who a lot of guys have dated or gotten to know that have never traveled, don't have a passport, even if they need the DFA to open up to even get a passport. They're going to have the hardest time leaving the Philippines, and that counts. My own girlfriend is in that situation. And on top of all that, the overall mentality of the government here in the Philippines is they really kind of treat the Filipinos in a parental sort of way.
Yes.
It's like, we know what's best for you. You can't leave the country, period. Because we said so. And we'll let you know when you can leave again. So there's a moratorium out. Basically, most Filipinos cannot leave the Philippines unless they're going to an OFW job. It's like, okay, if you're going to go on an OFW job and be miserable and send back money, you can do that.
Yeah.
But go out for leisure and have fun? No, we don't think that's a good idea for you, so you're just going to stay.
Well, the other thing, too, I mean, let's face it, they have to pay to leave the silly country. I mean, there's that, you know, that fee, right? You have to pay at the airport, which is not nothing. I mean, it's like a 1,500 pesos or something kind of silly, you know? Yeah. But the other thing, too, is, that, like you said, I mean, and the good news is, thank God they at least have the one computer in the Philippines. Yeah. Because like, under Gracie's account, they know a couple of things. One, they know that she travels with me. And so they will look up on the screen and they'll ask her, oh, so who's Mike Somerville? You know, so they have the fact that, but secondly, she's got a U.S. visa. I mean, you know, so they're kind of like, well, whatever. Like, we don't even need to trust you. We just know that somebody else does that, like, basically gives us money constantly. So we trust that. But, I mean, the first time she and I left, I mean, we went to secondary. I had to fill out a form and sign it that basically says, under penalty of whatever, I'm not going to traffic her.
Right.
But she didn't have a U.S. visa at the time. But to be fair,
he got stuck in a time lapse. I think he's like frozen in his thoughts, pondering.
So I'm going to chalk it up to his computer.
Yeah, he had me in suspense. Okay, all right, he'll be back in a second.
So frustrating. You have no idea.
Oh, there he goes. Now he's back again. Did you bump the cable or something? Or
nah, for some reason, the Wi-Fi connection on this laptop, it like dumps out. And I don't know. I mean, again, it's an old laptop. It's a Chromebook, whatever.
You got to put the Tandy into retirement.
My TRS 80 is just not cutting it.
L386.
Yeah, but it's got the turbo button. And unfortunately, I didn't have the turbo button pushed in. I had to sign something that basically said I'm not going to.
Kelly.
And then, there we go. You got a Kelly squirrel coming on.
He's got different names, and I didn't recognize the
Ottoman
Asia name.
Yeah. I saw that earlier on. That was pretty good. But I mean, I don't know what occurs in Thailand. Have you ever like traveled internationally with a Thai girl? Have they ever had any issue with her leaving with you?
No, no, I haven't.
I mean, you went to Japan, but that was with what's his name's wife.
Well, yeah, a group of us went to Japan, but yeah, I haven't traveled by myself out of the country with a girlfriend or just a no.
Yeah, so I don't know whether that's going to be.
I mean, the only time I even gave advice was when you left me on Patreon, so I don't talk about it anymore.
Wow, here we go. It's like he just will not let go. You need to put that baggage in the overhead.
Well, no. All I was saying was, remember, I was talking. No, this is true story. Yeah, some guy was asking me how to get a girl over to the States easier than getting her the. No, this is just America, but getting her over there rather than trying to do a legitimate tourist visa. And I said, well, you could go with the fiance one, but yeah, you can only do that once. She can never do it again. It is easier, but in the long run, probably not worth it. Depends on you and the girl.
Now, to be fair, what Rob is talking about when I left him on Patreon is I went back to him. I said, dude, I would seriously encourage you to not give advice about getting a fiance visa to someone, because I would fear that they would be like, oh, yeah, let me just do that. And they heard the fiance visa, but they didn't necessarily hear your input, which is you can only do this once. Don't screw this up. Only do it if she's going to be your fiance, dude.
Yeah.
And so now, additionally, I like to think I look at myself objectively as much as I possibly can. I left because I was like, wait a minute, I'm being too critical of what he's saying. So therefore, there's an issue with me, right? In other words, you point the finger at three people, there's three pointing back at you. Who's the asshole, right? And so so I was like, I gotta leave. And that's why, if you remember my response, because I'll tell you something. If you ever de-Patreon Rob, he will contact you faster.
Not necessarily. Not always. Not always. It just depends.
I'll tell you.
It depends. It depends on the relationship and the reason. Because if on Patreon, there's an exit poll. You can say pretty much, if you want to, you can say why you chose to leave.
I didn't know if I did.
But you had contacted me personally. I think it was just Facebook or something. No, I contacted you and said, hey, I hope there wasn't any issues, because we've actually met in person. A lot of Patreons I've never met in person. I mean, the ones I meet in person, obviously, I got face-to-face contact, and it's a little bit more intimate than just emails. So, yeah, the ones, it is true. Yeah, well, and, Aztec as well. Haven't met Aztec, but we know each other very well.
That's a good point. But the interesting part it wasn't for the money, for God's sake. It was just like, hey, dude, are we okay? And my response was, no, dude, trust me, it's me, it's not you. And you're like, what? Because I remember,
and you said something to the effect, and I have to paraphrase it. When I find something's not adding value to my life anymore, I need to move on to something else. And I was like, ooh, okay, here we go with the added value part.
That the unfortunate thing is that actually sounds like something exactly like I would say. So that's too bad. I hope I wasn't that critical. And reflecting on it, I mean, most of my videos are so spontaneous that there's not a script. And even when I'm editing it, I'm not focusing exactly on what I was saying. I was giving correct information, but in hindsight, it's what you and Jeremy were talking about this morning. I don't give opinions on these. I don't do hardly any of that anymore, because it's just too touch and go with everyday life over here, whether it's rules, laws. I mean, I'll tell you my opinion. I won't buy a condo, but I'd never tell you not to buy a condo. Sure.
Or I never say it was a good investment. I can't give you the best visa. I used to hate that question. Rob, what's the best visa to get? Well, how the hell do I know?
That's like saying, dude, what's the best hotel in Bangkok? Because there's only 3,700 of them, like every soy. You know, I mean, it is. It's a total tough one, but I can appreciate why guys ask it. I mean, again, they watch these videos just like I did before I got here, and I was like, Bangkok, yeah, it's probably a pretty big city. What do they got? Like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 main streets?
What? Oh, the true story. When I went to Bayok Tower, have you been to Bayok Tower yet?
How do you spell it?
It's the tallest. It's the tallest hotel in all of Bangkok. Just Google tallest hotel in Bangkok.
Mahanakan?
No, no. Bayok Tower.
I saw your video on that. That's right. No, I haven't been there. Anyway, it's awesome.
Okay, so it's the tallest hotel, not the tallest building, but the tallest hotel.
Fair
and
enough.
It's old, but it's still cool. And you go up to the top, and I took a video, and it showed the city at night. And when I got back to America that year, my dad goes, "Man, I didn't know that Thailand was that big." I said, "Thailand, that's just Bangkok."
Yeah. I mean, how often do you still get? Yeah, but it must be a third world country, Mike. That's why everything's so cheap. Do you get that still from people?
Well, in certain areas, we still call it a third world country. And I had a Thai woman ask me that one time. She says, "Why do people call our country a third world country?" At the same time, we were eating at a restaurant by the roadside with no walls, in pretty much in the woods.
Middle of nowhere, yeah.
Middle of nowhere, no sink to wash your hands. I mean, there might have been a toilet area that they had built to the side, and me and her, at the time, her boyfriend, we kind of looked around and said, "This is why we call it third world, is because there's these people probably opened it up. It's probably their land. They didn't need a permit. They can build on it without a permit. They don't have to go through the health inspections. That's pretty much what I think." Because everything else up here, like I said before, their Wi-Fi over here, I mean, in Bangkok, the power was pretty consistent. Here in Kamala, it's still kind of shaky. We get brownouts and blackouts.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. It happens down here in Kamala. I can't speak about Phuket town. But so that's when people say it's third world. I see their point. I usually don't debate on it too much. I don't hear about it much anymore because, well, most of the people that I talk to now live here.
Yeah.
Which is why my channel has changed so much, is because, you know, when I first got here, everything I'm going, holy crap, the power still goes off over here. You know.
Yeah, well, again, it was the whole Rob's doing videos about Thailand and he doesn't have a clue, right? I mean, at 5 years, when is 5 years? Wait a minute, what's today? Isn't today 5 years?
Yeah, 5 years was on the 1st.
Oh,
but it's this week. So my plan is, if everything goes right, since I feel better, is to go out today and just make the conversation about the what I thought back then, what I've learned, what I don't know, and what's still. Yeah, I'm gonna do something. I don't know if I'm gonna make with a bunch of clips from my past. Maybe I'll make a second video. And
it's hard to do. Yeah.
It's so hard because when I switched computers, I went from HP to Mac, and that's not an easy conversion to send one over. I mean, I just don't have the time to do every file. Plus, the Mac doesn't have the 2 terabytes that the HP did, and I'm running on. But anyway, yeah, it's this week. This is my 5-year anniversary week of being in Thailand.
Enrique, you did your 7-year video when? 2 weeks ago? 1 week ago?
Yeah, it was actually 8 years as an expat. I did, because 7 years in the Philippines, 1 year in Vietnam.
Fair enough.
So I just did it as 8 years as an expat. You know what I've learned, and you know who I was when I got here, and you know how I look at things now today. And if I'm proud of anything, it's that here it is. 8 years later, I still remember when I first started my blog, not my YouTube channel. I didn't start my YouTube channel till like a year later. But I had my blog before I even left the United States to chronicle the journey.
Right.
And it was all written articles. And I remember expats who had already been here for 5 years, way back in 2012, they would write comments, and as I started doing articles with my wide-eyed deer in the headlights, wow, look at Mactan, this is amazing, you know.
Look at all the
I
bananas.
still remember the comments, and some of them still watch my channel. But they said, "Oh yeah, you're in the honeymoon phase. You're loving it. You're gonna hate this place. Give it 2 years. You know, you're gonna be jaded and bitter, and just like the rest of us."
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know,
And so,
Yeah.
one thing I'm proud of is that 8 years later, yeah, I did get to explore and get exposed to the gritty underbelly of the Philippines and all the weirdness that comes with it. But I believe I did a pretty good job of rolling with it instead of having a bitter reaction to it. You know, I see all the stuff. I don't excuse it. I don't ignore it. But I've learned to kind of mentally deal with it, expect it, rather than take the bitter route of, well, you know, it should be this way, and back in my country we do it that way, and how come they can't do this? That is a dark path to go down, you know. So I never took that path. I acknowledge the reality I'm in, but I create what I call my bubble of bliss.
Yeah.
I eliminate as much weirdness as possible, including expats that are just bizarre. I just exclude them. And I live a peaceful, enjoyable life every day. I got a great girlfriend. I got a great apartment. I eat good food. I've got internet. I've got electricity all the time because we got a generator. I've got Ayala Mall down the block to get anything I want, and Roostons with all the imported stuff in case I get a hankering for some of that. I mean, life is good. Well, you know, Mike. I mean, I'm a glass is half full, overflowing kind of guy.
Oh yeah, no, half full portion.
Yeah. So I would say, just getting back to the 8-year thing, that is probably the one thing that I feel good about is these guys who said, you know, Philippines is going to tear you down into a bitter cynic. No, didn't happen. I can say it now. 8 years later, I'm still having a great time.
If you're a bitter cynic person wherever you're from, you'll be a bitter cynic person anywhere else. Yeah.
You take yourself with you. I mean, that's one of the things that we say in this crazy club I'm a part of, which is like, look, no matter where you go, you know, you're taking yourself with you. You're taking your problems with you, unless, you know, you go through some big sort of psychic change. But yeah, I mean, I loved your discussion in your video. And again, 8 years, you're right. I forgot. Is around, you know, basically the boundaries, like the boundaries you've set up in relationships about, you know, how to, like, you know, really sort of, quite frankly, you know, weed from the chaff, or however you want to say it, right? It's just like, look, dude, you and Rob and I even talked on this a little bit about another topic, but adding value. Like, for some reason, I'm obsessed with a couple of phrases in my life, and one of them is adding value. And it's a phrase, but it's also a behavior. And I feel as though if I'm not adding value somewhere, like, why is that? Am I only taking value away? And there are people in my life that it's okay, well, you're adding value, but for the most part, you max out on doing it about once every 60 days. Like, that's pretty much your limit. And so I set that boundary, and it's like, hey, do you want to go out this weekend? No, I don't actually. Give it 7 more weekends, and absolutely, I'll get a hankering for that or whatever. But that's the thing. And if you guys, you know, like Jeremy, right? Like on his live stream, he has got very clear boundaries about what he's willing to do. You know, you can't say COVID, you can't, I mean, but that's based on the culture that he wants to put in place. And it's neat because as I see that, I think these are the guys like you, like myself, like Rob, that are going to be successful here. And if all of a sudden country A that we're in goes sideways and we have to get the hell out and go to country B, because I mean, there are, you know, guys in the Philippines, they're vloggers. And I mean, at least once in every single video, they're like, I cannot wait to get the hell out of here. I'm going to KL. I'm going to Bangkok. Oh my God, Mike, it sounds like Thailand is paradise. And again, it's like, well, yeah, dude, but you know, if you're hating everything over there, you may hate less stuff over here. But, you know, I mean, carry your own weather is another statement that I hear, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. What's been your, Rob, since I know maybe this will help you with your video you said you're getting ready to do. But just kind of as a teaser, how would you compare who you were when you first got to Thailand to who you are now?
I already got the answer on that one.
Yeah.
I never appreciated life in America the way I have up here. I thought in America I was the guy that stopped to smell the roses, stopped to smell the flowers, they say. I thought I was. I was like, hey, I take my time. I appreciate my friends. I look around. I have no clue what I was talking about. Because I used to do, there was this thing that I would do almost every day. It wasn't meditation, but it was something that I would speak to myself every day. I'd say, and the question would always start off would be, what would you do? And then I would add something to it. It's like, what would you change about? I would always ask myself that. What would I change? You know, I'm at home and I'm not in the best mood today at work. And I think to myself, well, what would I change? What would be better, you know, than what I'm at now? I don't do that anymore at all. I never ask myself, well, how can this get any better? I mean, I look at things, I can make things better, but woof, you know, I just appreciate I appreciate not only my life, but life. I mean, I'm scared to death of death, not literally. I just, you know, I just want to keep experience this. We're back in America. It's like, God, I mean, be glad when I retire and die and get out of here, you know?
Yeah, I know, right? Exactly.
That's me.
Well, if you've watched 40 seconds of one of my videos ever, then you know that I'm, you know, arguably kind of focused on the whole gratitude thing. And, you know, I mean, thank God that was some of the baggage. And I love that one. You know, the only baggage I'm bringing to Thailand is Samsonite. That's a great one. But it's like, yeah, but it's just like, you know, look at, you know, I can be in a bad mood anywhere, you know, but it's like, how can I change this, you know, because I've discovered, I used to think that if I would, like, you know, get in a bad mood, or if I'd get my own way, or if I would really get back at that guy, like this thing or this person or this scenario that wronged me, if I can get my revenge, boy, will I be happier. And I don't think you can figure that stuff out other than just aging. Like, I think you got to be at least 40 before you just, like, figure that stuff out, where you're like, you know what, as it turns out, I really smell the roses now. And that's why I have these, had these gratitude attacks. I mean, thank God I usually have a gratitude attack on a video that I can edit out my crying from, because at the end of the day, you know, I mean, I know that I'm going to be attacked mildly on YouTube. Nothing like you guys, but, you know, I don't really want to publish a whole lot of crazy emotion, but I do. I mean, this last one, I was on top of this mountain. I probably shot 30 minutes of video, and 20 minutes of it was me just tearing up saying, I'm the luckiest guy in the world, because when I'm done with this video, I'm going to walk 17 meters down to Gracie, and then I'm going to live the rest of my life with her. Okay.
I've got to add on top of that just real quick, because I don't know if you guys ever catch me choking up in videos, but I do it constantly. And I go to Danny's place and they laugh at me because
yeah, sure.
I'll start talking about some girl and then I shut down and I start staring at their eyes, and they look at me and they go, "Oh, not again." I go, "I can't help it." Yeah, you know, I never did that, not that I can remember, in America, unless I was watching a chick flick movie and it got to a sad part. But now, and heaven forbid, I watch a Thai commercial.
Oh my God. Ricky,
those are like mini epics.
Have you ever seen these? It's like this.
I've seen them.
Gut-wrenching commercial.
Yeah.
They can sell Kleenex.
Oh yeah.
You beat me. At the end, he goes, "Koh Samui Bank." You're like, what?
Yeah.
You just talked about a guy getting murdered on the street, and his dog came up and found him, and the dog died with him, and everything.
Yeah.
And Koh Samui Bank.
Yeah. Like, how is a savings account going to save my liver? Like, there's no
right.
I've got a
Maybe it was an insurance company. That would make a little more sense if it was an insurance company.
Thailand.
Guys, I got to run. I just got Fawn just sent me
good.
some work to help her with to translate or something like that. So I got to get off here and do that.
All right.
Dude, thanks for coming by.
Yeah. You guys have a good one, and I will talk to you later. Thanks everyone for the compliments and the shout outs and everything, and we'll see you on the next video.
Right on, brother. Peace. That's kind of cool.
Feed the squirrel.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Whatever you do, feed the squirrels. You need a sign that says that, actually. Whatever you do, feed the squirrels.
Feed the squirrel. That would be a good one. All right.
There's a t-shirt marketing idea in the making.
All right, buddy. Yeah. No, that was cool. And thank you for coming by, too, Rick. I mean, what am I at? I'm at 3 hours and 40 minutes. That's not too bad. But I think, what time is it right now? Oh, it's after 12:15. I'm actually going to go outside and get some air. What are you up to today?
Oh, cool. Well, let's see. I have to. Well, I don't have to, but I do
get
have
to.
to.
Yeah.
V wants to make some basically Philippine version of ceviche.
Okay.
With fresh fish and lemon and vinegar and tomato, garlic, onion, all that. Basically ceviche. So I'm going to run down and just do a light shopping. Get the stuff she needs for her, and she'll do it on video, so it'll be on her video channel here coming up.
What is her video channel? I can't remember the name of it.
Oh yeah, it's everything with V. I'll put a
Okay.
I'll put a link
throw something in there for the
here.
guys. That's awesome.
Let's see. It's I have a bookmark for it, but I use actually two browsers depending on what I'm doing. But I'll pull it up here real quick. So that's what I'm basically going to do is I'm going to just do some shopping, and then I am working on I don't want to get into divulging too much details, but and let's see. Oh, you know what? I'll send you the link on what do you call it? I'll send you the link on Messenger because I shut down my YouTube, so that I'm just on.
Okay.
So here you can grab the link from Messenger.
do.
I just sent it to you there, and
Awesome.
you can post it. But anyways, I came to a change in the last 48 hours where I had spent about 2 months working on the projects that I did tell you about. The other video channels and all that. And I reassessed it after 2 months, and I'm like, okay, if we were back in the engineering, meeting, we'd be like, okay, this is not making progress.
We're gonna need to hit some milestones. Yeah.
Yeah, and the way that they would put it is, we need to retool the vision. So I retooled the vision, and so now I'm starting from scratch on a whole other project, which I think is going to do well, and I'm going to do it with a whole different. I'll tell you more in private,
Okay.
but
Nice,
but
dude.
basically, so today I'm at day one again of getting my new project going. Has nothing to do with travel, nothing to do with. So I'm not even going to combine the two audiences. My challenge to myself is, can I do this without pulling in the audience base I already have? In other words, could I do this like anybody else who has no Rike sphere to rely on? Can I literally start this from scratch and build it up into a new channel, just like everybody else has to, And by the way, the other project, I think you're still the one subscriber. That's
committed, man. I'm committed.
yeah, and who knows? Maybe I'll pick it up in 4 more years as a hobby. I don't know. Only because it was something I was passionate about,
Yeah.
But so that's my day. Is I'm back on day one with my project. I'll get V her stuff for the ceviche, and just really enjoy life. I mean, we were talking about stopping smelling the roses, and it becomes a relative thing, because like in your case, you can be out there overlooking the ocean and thinking about your future with Gracie and all that, and you even get to see real monkeys. Okay.
Rike's a fan of monkeys, if you guys don't know. So everywhere I go, I say, dude, monkey.
I'm telling you, I call V over to watch your monkey video footage. I'm like, look at this. This is real. This is not National Geographic. He got to stand around these monkeys.
They were he had to stop his motorbike. They were like,
yeah, and I'm like, this is cool. But it's a relative thing, because for me today, I'll be stopping and smelling the roses, just going to the grocery store. It's like, oh, real sunshine on my skin.
Totally.
There's an actual tiny breeze, and of course, by the time I get to the groceries, I'm like, man, it's hot. I just can't wait to get inside, back to the air conditioning.
There's that breeze again.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's all relative, it's sort of the reverse corollary to that is what my mom has told me my entire life, literally since kindergarten through high school through divorce. Every trauma I've ever been through, my mom had always the same advice. I would sit there at the coffee table and I would tell her, oh man, I'm up against a brick wall. It's
What am I
it's
gonna
it's all, this is the end. I just got hit with this, and now I got this and that and that. And my mom would just sit there and listen to me. And then when I was all done saying how, my life was at an end, she'd go, "Be thankful. Be thankful. It could have been worse."
Yeah, absolutely, right?
And in the first couple years, I'm like, "You're not paying attention."
Yeah, Mom, come on, I need some empathy.
Yeah.
For Christ's sake.
But she never was the coddling type. She always her commitment, I think, before we were even born, was you guys need to be independent. You guys ain't gonna be clinging to my apron strings for your
Right.
whole life.
Learn how to do laundry.
Yeah, she was more like the eagle. Like, okay, I'm gonna throw you out at 3,000 feet.
I want to start flapping now.
Yeah, And so she would always consistently tell me, "Be thankful. It could have been worse." So when I was in high school, I started debating her. And I go, "Well, wait. Okay, you're saying it could have been. What about the guy who he's got cancer and he's gonna die in 4 days? Are you gonna tell him it could have been worse?" She goes, "Yeah.
Could only have 3 days.
He could be like dying in 4 hours."
Yeah. There you go.
And so there was no winning that argument. And I finally submitted to it, and now it's my mantra, whether I, really focus on it or not, is, yeah, you get the brunt impact, something comes your way and it sucks, but just like the 7 stages of grief, okay, you just jump forward to acceptance.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, now I'm going to be solution oriented. That's when my engineering background kicks in. It's like, okay, forget the devastation this is going to do to the company and the recall. Focus on a solution. We need solutions now.
Right.
No more complaining, no more whining, no blame shifting. We need a solution. And so I that's how I enjoy life. I don't, and you enjoy life, is you see the cynical, bitter people, they're still in that bartering mode, the anger mode, the depression mode. They haven't jumped forward to the acceptance part.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I guess, I look at it as sad, but like you too, I also am like, yeah, so I'm sad for you, but I can't engage because you're just going to suck the energy ball out or whatever they're going to do. It's like, I can't be around it because I know how toxic it is,
Mm-hmm.
And the good news, quite frankly, is, let's face it, you've got 50,000 subs and, there's
53,000 as of this weekend.
How many?
53 this weekend.
Nice,
53,000.
dude.
Yeah.
Congrats. That's outstanding. That's so cool. I'm thinking at like 1,590. I think it says 1.59K. I'm still in the decimal point.
Oh, okay.
Like you guys. But I'm like, I don't know, man. Do I really want 1,600? Because it's like I've got this family. I literally have no trolls. Watch what you pray for, right?
You'll get them eventually.
I know, yeah, exactly. But I just, it's amazing because my point is the majority of all of your followers, of all of your subs, of all of your guys that are on your live stream, same with me. In fact, I think 100% of them on my live streams is that, they're positive. They're focused on the thing. They're not going to stick around and have me talk about gratitude attacks for 4 hours straight. Unless they're able to sort of embrace it and say, yeah, I know. Oh yeah, Enrique, shit, he does that too. Oh my God, there's 2 of them,
Yeah.
And I appreciate Rob. I know he's a little cautious about, throwing, 100% the truth and nothing but the truth out there, because I can appreciate the fact that he's got trolls. But we were on Facebook the other day, and he's like, "Oh, so you wrote a book or whatever?" So I send him like my passage in the book, right? And he goes, "Oh, did you make any money?" I said, No, I didn't need to make any money, because there was this one time where this girl, she read the story, she sent me an email, and she said that she was in high school, 17 years old, wanted to commit suicide, read my story, and now she doesn't want to commit suicide. And so there's a little bit of a pause in the chat, and he comes back, he goes, "Great, 2 PM, and here I am sitting in my room crying." And I'm just like, yeah, because of the gratitude, man. It's just like, God, there's so many opportunities. And I don't know about you, but I think a lot like Rob was saying, I think that this international living, traveling, whatever, the exposure to other cultures, I think that's the catalyst to make it even more acute, like to make it even more obvious that I've got the best friggin' life possible,
Yeah. And one thing my mom, used to do, and I did later with my kids, when I was younger, there was a time when we had to go to Mexico because it's like you don't plan. It's like I think that one comedian said, he was so true on this. When you're in a Hispanic family, you don't plan a trip to Mexico. You get woken up at 3 a.m. because somebody died.
Right.
You got to go to the funeral.
Sure.
And so we had that situation. So we were there like 2 days, and then we came back. But you know, she took time to like just kind of walk us through parts of the neighborhood, and me and my brother were just kind of. I mean, at least me, I'm like looking at all these kids, and they're just like destitute. You know, but they're you know doing their usual thing. They're you know like throwing the slipper around and playing spin the bottle or whatever. You know just playing with sticks basically. And they're you know they're kids. That's their environment. They don't know any different. But still, from my perspective, it's like, man, I was complaining because my mom didn't get me new shoes last week or something.
Yeah,
you know?
I know.
And so yeah, going to another country and seeing how other people have accustomed themselves to a lower standard of living does like one of two things. You either are thankful and gratitude for the blind luck you had to be born where you were born, because you can't take credit for that. You were just born where you were born, you know? And we're just lucky, you know, in our case, well, we were born in the United States and got to live near San Diego, you know? Mm-hmm. But then you either have that appreciative response, or it's so many people have the opposite response, and it instantly feeds their pride, and it's like, oh, I'm just so much better than these people, you know, and they treat these people accordingly. They treat them like lower class human beings. Yeah. So I think going to another country in itself, like you said, it's more of a catalyst. It's not a cure. It's not going to fix anybody.
Right.
It's just it's like any other opportunity. You either get the most out of that opportunity for your betterment, or you totally blow it. You know, you maybe even end up worse than you were before. Some of these guys, I'm convinced, that are just arrogant, abusing a-holes here in a foreign country were not as bad. They were jackwads back home, but they feel more empowered here. Yes. And so they become worse, you know?
I think, yeah. And, you know, so I suppose it's a catalyst either direction, right? It's like it either makes you infinitely more grateful or it makes you infinitely more of a jerk.
Yeah.
So buckle up, because all of your imperfections are really going to shine when you come over here. I wonder if it's more. No, I don't know. I was going to say, I wonder if it's more here in Thailand, Philippines, but that varies on where you are. I mean, obviously, there's Thailand, which is the beach, and then there's Thailand, which is Bangkok, and then there's Thailand, which is the province in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. Same with, you know, people say, oh, I love the Philippines. And then you say, really? Downtown Manila? And they're like, no. I meant El Nido.
Yeah.
I get it. It's cities. It's not, you know, town. So, I mean, you may have, I'll end this, but I have this one final question for you. Mm-hmm. First thing you're going to do, and the reason I ask you this is because we talked about this a while ago, and you're like, dude, I'm going to get a haircut. Like,
I got my haircut.
When you were like, yeah, man, if I have to stay in for a whole 3.5 days, I'm definitely going to have a haircut. That's the first thing I'm going to do. So now, obviously, you and V have talked about stuff, but first thing you're going to do.
First thing I do once we get like on a GCQ is just get outside with V and walk. Nice. I mean, if we walk the entire Ayala Mall, if we walk all of IT, heck, we might walk from Ayala Mall to IT Park and then take a taxi back.
And back.
You know, yeah. But you know, it's like me. And fortunately, she's doing well with this whole lockdown thing. She's really being a good sport about it all. But she misses that they took away the park and the sky deck. Just because she liked to feel the sun on her skin and the wind and whatever. So first thing I want to do when things ease up is me and her be able to just walk outside. I don't even care where we're going. We're just walk outside a lot. Mm-hmm. And then everything else is just sort of gravy and luxury above that. I mean, that's really the core of just having. I don't know how you could better experience a contrast to being stuck in just a condo than to be free and outside. Hey, let's walk down that block. Let's go stop at this cafe. Let's have some smoothies or whatever, and then keep walking. You know. So walking outside is the thing I miss the most. And the only thing that could make walking outside 100 times even better is to have a bunch of monkeys around.
See, and therein lies the rub. You don't have enough monkeys in
No,
Philippines.
I've been here 8 years. 3 times I specifically went somewhere to see a monkey, and I didn't see a monkey till I got to Vietnam, is the weird part. I went to the mangroves, okay? I went to the mangroves, spent half the day getting there, and then walk out on these planks that are in the swamp, and they're like, okay, you know, and you're looking at this like whole forest of mangrove and bamboo and whatever, and they're like, okay, monkeys, yeah, every day, yeah, they come out here by the hundreds, yeah, you know, get ready for this wave of monkeys. Not one monkey. And I even told the guy, and it was a little foggy that day. I'm like, I told the guy, I said, are you sure you sent the email for them to be here at 8 o'clock? Because it's 10 o'clock. And the whole day went, we didn't see one monkey. And so another time, an ex-girlfriend of mine, we stayed in touch, and then she goes, hey, there's a neighbor down the street who's got a monkey.
You're like,
you know, I'm like, I am so there.
Right.
So I went one time, I got lost because she was way out in the province, and then I couldn't find it. So then I'd only been there at night, and it looked really weird in the daytime. So anyway, so then a couple days later, I tried again, got on my bike, went out there, and I found it. Okay? And guess what? The guy had given the monkey, sold the monkey or whatever, to some place way over in Zamboanga. That monkey had already taken a ferry to Zamboanga. That was the second time. And finally, the third time, I just happened to mention when I was living in Bangkok, there's a nearby resort called Bambulo Resort. And I was just mentioning, oh, I want to go, you know, check out a resort just for lunch. And, you know, because I used to go to the resorts just to have lunch.
Yeah.
And they're in Bangkok. And then the one guy said, oh, you'd probably like Bambulo Resort. They got a monkey in a cage.
You're like,
I
oh,
was
bring
like,
it.
oh. I mean, I was like, so I get on my bike and my heart is racing, and I get there and I don't even care what they got for food. And
Yeah,
I
you're
asked
like,
the
screw
guy,
it.
I was like, where's the monkey? Can I go see the monkey? And sadly, they said, oh yeah, just go right up the little path. It's right up there on just past the swimming pool. So I go walking up the swimming pool all excited, and I see this big cage. I mean, it's an outdoor, you know, like it's huge. It's like the size of a house, right? And it's
Okay.
enclosed on the top, and it's got trees in it and whatever. And I'm like, ooh, and I'm looking for the monkey, and I notice the door's open.
Oh God.
And finally, so one of the gardeners comes by, and I go, hey, where's the monkey? Oh yeah, they sold that last week.
Oh my God. 1
And
week.
so
away.
in 8 years, not one monkey, even living out in the boonies of Libertad, not one
I
monkey.
figured there'd be at least.
So
All right, but it's like Vietnam. Vietnam's got friggin' monkeys.
yeah, Vietnam. I went to a church way out again, way out in the
Falling all
boonies,
over the place.
and they had 3 monkeys. You know, so I finally got to see monkeys there, and it's funny because the 2 smaller monkeys, you know, they were being average behavior. You know, they were, you know, when they noticed that I was filming them, they turned their back to me, of course. You know,
Right, typical monkey behavior. Yeah.
But the bigger monkey, I don't know if I included this footage or not. I think I did. But that monkey, I had a bunch of footage because he was a bitter monkey. And he would literally not only turn his back, he would bend over, and I am not kidding, he would show you his ass.
That's good.
I mean, like full Monty.
Moon you.
Yeah. And I would move to the other side of the cage, same thing. And I'm thankful that he must have had constipation or something, because if he was being regular, I know what he would have done.
Like, this is like, he's gonna fling this at me too.
Oh yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah, man. Oh God. Well, I cannot wait till you guys can get over here to Thailand, because
oh man,
I mean,
yeah, you guys got monkeys dropping.
an hour. I mean, it's an hour drive anywhere. I mean, it's shoot. I'll take you exactly down to Prachuap Khiri when I'm driving down the street, and I'm like sitting there holding the camera, and I'm like, oh wait, I gotta stop, and I have to send you a second video because I gotta drive around the goddamn monkeys, because if I go straight, I end up underneath the wheels. I'm like, guys, you don't understand. I gotta get video to Rike, you know. Yeah, they were everywhere. They're truly everywhere. That was pretty awesome. Nice. All right,
So what
brother.
are you going to do? What's your itinerary for the rest of the day?
So I met with a subscriber yesterday. He's a really good guy. We had lunch. We've done that before. But then Jeremy and I were chatting back and forth. He's on basically break because there's like a few holidays in Thailand right now. So he doesn't go back to start teaching, I think, until Wednesday maybe. So he and I might get together and just sort of hang out, which would be cool. I don't know if we'll do a live stream. There's a couple of guys that on my channel, they're like, hey, you and do more live since you're both in Bangkok. You guys should do like a walk and talk video or a live stream or something like that. So I don't know if we'll do that, but we'll probably just hang out and explore Bangkok because of course there's parts of Bangkok that I've seen that he hasn't, and vice versa, right? So that might be kind of neat. So yeah, so there's that, and then I think I have a whole bunch of videos that I basically got produced, and they're just like timed to basically go public. Because I finally got to all of the videos where Gracie and I were on this one island before she had to leave to go back to the Philippines. So those, and I'm doing a little bit of that kind of thing, but like you, I mean, it's like, or I could just goof off.
Yeah.
Because it's Monday, right? So I got a whole lot going on. So yeah, you and I blue in the face, right? Our lives I'm overpaid.
Yep. Yeah. Loving it, enjoying it. I just am so thankful for the situation I'm in.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and I can't see Gracie, but thank God. I mean, she's there with her family. She's safe. None of them are sick. They don't have any diseases. They don't have anything, And as far as they're concerned, they're like, okay, this COVID thing, like it's on the news. Like it doesn't exist here. Like, we haven't had a foreigner here since Mike was back here. I mean, he's the only crazy farang that basically, or Kano, that's going to bring any disease in. So as long as he stays here and Gracie just goes and sees him, we'll probably all be okay. None of us will die.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
All right, man. Well, you have fun, and I'm gonna go find me a fish.
All right, brother. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure, buddy. Thanks for coming by. Have an amazing day.
Okay. Talk later. Bye-bye.
See you, bud. Right on. That was so cool, man. God, you want to talk about impromptu. You got Rob over here. Jeremy stopped by initially, and then Rike. I got to tell you guys. I mean, I love having you guys here. You guys are my new friends, but it's also really neat to be able to connect and hang out and kibitz, with my other buddies. This is really cool. And I got to tell you, if this is your first time on this channel and you were like, I wonder if Mike's going to talk about anything depressing. Well, if I did, I already have had 3 guests on here, and all they want to talk about is how grateful they are too. So, yeah, it's not just me. I'm glad. I know it's not just me. That's really cool. And the next time we get some monkey, maybe I'll have a monkey on the show. That'd be kind of cool. Stuck says, I like Leyte, the only place I seen wild monkeys in the Philippines. Good to know, dude. Ping Rike, let him know. Say, dude, all you got to do is go to Leyte. They're right there. Did you say lady or Leyte? Leyte? I think you pronounce it. The last E is like an E, right? Autumn says, it's been real, but I got to go sleep. I totally understand. Thanks, Mike and Rike, for the live. See you later. Autumn, thank you so much for coming by. Kelly, right? I think I remember that from your squirrel debut over there with Rob. That's like so cool. And obviously the other guys are welcoming people in as well as telling people to have an amazing day, which I absolutely am honored by. I'm so glad you guys do that for the people that come in and then the people that leave. It's just really fantastic. I think that just makes this whole thing a lot more pleasurable to be a part of. And even though I'm the guy probably in front of the microphone most of the time, it's really awesome to have you guys there too. So it's like a Jerry Lewis telethon with all the guests. Absolutely, Brian. Yeah. And then in fact, Nico Greco's, he's done 2 super chats already. I mean, this is amazing. We're going to save lives at that, dude. That's amazing. So that's 10 Aussie dollars, which is about, what's it about 7? So yeah, that's probably that's like 200 baht, dude. What are you kidding me? I'll eat for 2 days on that. Thank you so much. And obviously, I also hope I really, did a good job at answering your questions. My champion live stream. Thank you so much, Aztec. I really appreciate it. That's really cool. I mean, it was great because we were here. Who do you have to bump? Yeah, I got nobody to bump, man. I got no bump bar. Good live stream. Thank you, Joseph. Really appreciate it, man. That's really cool. Should have been asleep 2 hours ago, but this has been a great. Oh, Stuck, you're so awesome, buddy. I really appreciate the fact. And I know for a fact you're still on here every live stream I do. I know that I'm keeping you from sleep, man. So I'm honored that you come by. That's like that's just like totally cool. King Leeway says, I'm so thankful that I can walk around and do the regular things over here. He's in South Korea, by the way. By the way, I received a second PayPal donation from a subscriber. I haven't reached the dollar requirement. I'm having to have a lot of fun. Oh, that's right. Yeah, so King Leeway, yeah, he's got to hit the 1,000 subscribers. And what is it, 10,000 hours? 10,000 viewing hours? I can't remember the other thing, but you know what? Here's the interesting thing, guys, is that, you've heard of the other folks that have these memberships, right? And you're only supposed to be able to get that until you get 30,000 subscribers. Well, what's amazing to me is YouTube sends me an email, the system, right? Mr. Tube sends me an email. And they're like, hey, we're going to allow you to have memberships, so you can add, and I'm like, dude, I've got 1,500, and I was like, wow, that was pretty much an honor. And I think the reason is they didn't go into a whole lot of detail, but was because of the live streams that we have. And I would submit it's because of the interaction, you guys, or at least that's what my rose-colored glasses tell me. It's that I have such amazing subscribers and we hang out on live streams for hours and hours and hours that they're going to allow me to have a membership. I can tell you, though, that while those other guys do it, and I understand why they do it, and they're able to provide additional content, and it is absolutely part of their life in the sense that it's part of their income. And I totally appreciate that. And quite frankly, the fact that they do what they do and they get compensated for it, I think that that's excellent because they provide value. I'm just in a different paradigm, and this is basically a hobby of mine. And I take the $5 super chats and I go buy rice down the street because that's what I like. I like chicken fried rice. So anyway, oh hey, Aztec, right on, buddy. Thank you so much. Yeah, King Leeway's a good guy. And so anyway, I just want to let you guys know I have that, but I don't know if I'm going to use it. And so I'm looking for input from you guys rather than turn on the memberships and say, hey, no. If you guys really think that there would be some type of value, additional value that I could add, that you would be a member of the channel and you would want to give additional money every month for it, I can't think of anything right now that would satisfy me, meaning that like I really get a lot of satisfaction out of doing these live streams for fun and for free. And that's, at the end of the day, I fantasized for years. I heard these guys say, well, if you're really enjoying what you do for a living, it's not work. And I'm like, yeah, maybe. Or he's a billionaire. Of course he can say that. He's a billionaire kind of thing. And I was like, and they were like, you know what? And in fact, I would do it for fun and for free, which of course, then cynically, I would be like, well, of course you do it for free because you've already got $1 billion. Like, why do you need more? But I do this for fun and for free. And I can't believe that I did just one more checkbox in the, oh my God, are you kidding me? I get to live one more day and experience this. So I do the YouTube videos and I do the YouTube live streams, for fun and for free, guys. And so if you think that there's any reason why I should turn on memberships, I have Patreon, but no one uses it, which is fine. That said, I am honored by when you guys, I'm just like absolutely blown away and amazed. And so I really appreciate it. But with that said, for fun and for free, I'm going to go outside and I'm going to enjoy the sun and I'm going to be grateful that I have one more day, grateful that I've had one more day to hang out with you guys. I'm not joking. Like, I really appreciate it. You do keep me sane. Hopefully I add value to your life. And again, I'm sorry for the technical imperfections that occurred along the way. That bothers me a lot more than it probably bothers you, but thank you so much for sticking on the stream through those. I do really appreciate that. And with that, all I'll say is thank you guys for hanging out with me. It's been just over 4 hours. So I don't know if it's a marathon stream. Maybe we'll do a marathon stream later on. Maybe when I'm over in Koh Larn, who knows? But with that, it's Mike's from livemyassoff.com saying, I hope you guys are living the dream. If you don't feel like you're living the dream, send me a message. Let me know how I can help. I don't know how I can help, but if I can help, I will try to help. Absolutely. And so I really appreciate you guys being in my life. And I love the fact that you guys come. Oh, hey, there you go, buddy. That's the absolute. We're gonna end with that one. I definitely appreciated the fact that Aztec thanked me for the stream, but that's the one that's going up there in the end of this stream. I will say hi to Gracie for you, Joseph. Thank you guys so much. Talk to you soon. Ciao.